G'day, Groovers. Oh, I'm having to stretch. I started a little bit late because I hadn't even fully set up, and Sunny wanted her head massage, and she fell asleep on my lap, and I didn't want to wake her up. So I'm just this is it. This is how I'm going to be this evening. Oh, I've just made a cuppa. I'm hoping that'll wake me up a little bit. Okay, so we're live just for a place for people to hang out because a shitload of Australians are in lockdown. Hey, Ozzy. Hey, Joey. I just noticed Mel. Josh has a migraine. Be there when it's gone. Oh, poor Joshy. Hey, Anne-Marie. Michelle, how you doing? How are you doing? In fact, this is really alive for all of you in lockdown. Just a place to hang out and chat. I did do a bit of a quick search before of some news stories. I thought I'd just, give Sunny a little 5-minute head massage. She'd move on. We'd have time to set everything up. Poor Sunny. What do you mean, poor Sunny? Hey, Planet Sunshine. What do you mean, poor Sunny? I wouldn't get up because she was on my lap. I didn't want to wake her up. But her head was like fully in my hand and she was snoring. But then I don't know, she must have had a little weird dream or something, but she sat bolt upright and got off my lap. Yeah, I think he would be sick of it. Sick of lockdown. You've been watching the Robert Durst trial. I started watching a trial on Court TV. I hadn't heard about it. It was a quadruple murder. Currently, Chad Isaac is the accused. Oh, breaking. Sorry, 19 hours ago, he's been found guilty on all counts for the brutal stabbing of the 4 people. There you go. I was listening to it earlier in the week, and then I didn't go back to it. But yeah, he's been found guilty on every charge. Good. The day I was listening to it was the wife of one of the men who was killed giving evidence, like the owner of the business. So there you go. How's the Robert Durst trial going, Joey? Oh, I have to stretch and yawn. That was in the States too. I'll just Google and get a bit more detail about Chad Isaac. But yeah, he was found guilty 20 hours ago. Bit slow. So it was North Dakota. It was a 3-week trial, and he was a Navy veteran. The thing that sucks is I'll have to go back and read and see what happened because I don't actually know what the actual motive was. But he killed the business owner, and then 3 people that worked for this guy who was called Robert Fakler or Fackler. And they had a company called RJR, and he also killed 3 people who worked there. One guy, Adam, I can't remember what his name was. And then there was a married couple as well, and Bill and Lois Cobb. And Lois had just returned to work before she was meant to after having a full hysterectomy. She was bored at home and she'd gone back to work that day. But he was like a tenant. They were a property management company and he was a tenant of, in one of the properties that they managed. But I still don't completely know what the motive was. Like 4 victims, and I think they were saying, the prosecutor was saying the other day that he stabbed the four of them over 100 times in total. And the wife of the owner of the business, I'm pretty sure when she was being cross-examined or examined, that she was saying that at this particular property, people weren't meant to have pets, but this guy did, and they actually got like a special exemption for him to have a dog. It wasn't like he wasn't allowed to have a dog. So, yeah, they didn't mention any motive the whole way through, and it looks like, I'm just scanning a news article about it. I can't see. Oh, BCI, I don't know who that is, Supervisory Special Agent Arnie Rummel testified that investigators weren't able to determine a possible motive, but that isn't a requirement for a conviction. So, yeah, it was kind of weird. Hey, Anne-Marie, how you doing? Hey, Scout Inquirer. The mass shooting in the UK. No. When was that? Oh, you talking, was there one like a day or two ago? I've got to Google a lot of stuff. Mass shooting. Oh, shit. No, I didn't know about this one. Jake Davison had an argument with his mother before killing her and 4 others. Crikey. Only took his own life too. Oh, a 3-year-old? No. No. They're already having an inquest about it. Is that the one you're talking about, Joey? Holy shit. Wow. Oh, yeah, Jake's incel. Yeah, he looks like one. Hey, Ruth. How you doing, gorgeous? Wow. That's so terrible. The circumstances of the killings. How awful. So the mum had a fight with him, and then he shot her in the head and torso. The other 4 victims didn't know Davison. No, the father and the 3-year-old were walking their dog. Oh my God. And then he went to a nearby park where he killed Stephen Washington, who was walking his dogs, age 59. Mr. Washington, who was a carer for his wife, died from gunshot wounds to his chest. And then he shot Kate Shepherd. Oh, Jesus. Crikey, that's awful. That's awful. That's we've started we've started on a high note. YouTube is mentioned. I feel we need to be better. Stop trolling, swatting. All that. What do you mean, Joey? Hey, anyone that wants to get up and chat, this is what we're doing. Like, you're more than welcome to. Where's the mention of YouTube? So, yeah, I'm happy to drop a link if people just want to hang out. This is really I'm really just giving everyone a platform just to chill out, have a bit of a chat. I'll drop the link. I'll go back over to StreamYard. Yeah, they don't carry guns, same as here. I always find it really strange. Okay, sorry. What do you mean, man? No, I'm going to drop the link because I want to know the YouTube connection. It wasn't mentioned in the article that I was looking at, so I'm curious now. No apology necessary. Oh, you shut up with the, no. I mean, I started talking about the murder trial that I had been listening to as well. But I'm curious. He does look pretty messed up, that kid. That's pretty insane. He was a licensed gun holder. Oh, so he's written some stuff. Let me have a look. Oh, wait a minute. There's something about... Yeah, so he was licensed, but they're questioning it, and they're connecting that to the Dunblane massacre. This is getting deep. It's the first mass shooting in England since 12 people were killed in Cumbria in 2010. He's also had a gun confiscated in the past. Wow. He was into waffle channels. And he was on YouTube quite a Professor Waffles. Okay, what's that? Plymouth gunman Jake Davison was an incel tragedy waiting to happen. His channel's been removed. That was removed a week ago for violating YouTube's community guidelines. Oh, it's his last video. Do we want to... Hang on, I can share the screen and stuff. We can talk about anything. You thought you had a shooting in Spalding since then. Thank you, Scout, for dropping links. You're gorgeous. Okay, let's check this dude out. It's a bit creepy. Okay.
No, I can't. I'm so beaten down and defeated by life. That drive that I once had, that's gone now. You know, I try, and I always keep trying. But it's like I'm at the point now where it's like, why do I even bother? Like, for what? You know, I'm still in the same house, same situation, same position. Still, everything's still the same. For the most part, it's just been me against the world. It's just been me fighting an uphill battle with a big rock on my back. You know?
Him against the world. And yet he's probably sat in that room on YouTube for most of his waking hours. Me against the world. Why do people use the world so loosely? You know, like there was... I find that American YouTubers do it a lot. Like something horrible will happen in the States and they're like, the world's gone mad. It's like, no, somebody in your country went mad, or your country's doing something that's mad. It's not the world. I still have hope and belief that there are great parts of the world, but I find it so weird that people use that expression. Oh, Michelle, I won't be talking about that tonight. That's we'll chat about it soon. I'm not prepared. I'm not ready to chat about what's going on. It's awful. I'd like us to have a bit of fun tonight too. You read in the paper today they're worried about it happening here. What, somebody like this doing this? Hang on, I've got to go back up through chat. I think all these lockdowns and mental health and so on, they've recognised that being a massive problem from the start, but it's still troubling that people decide to do something horrible and just take it out. I guess he shot his mum and then he's like, fuck it, I'm fucked anyway. And he went on his rampage and just shot anyone innocently that got in the way. That's all right, Michelle. I'd like to chat about it. I'm trying to keep it a bit light tonight. It's a bit, Saturday nighty and keeping it light when we've got this bloody mass murderer on the screen, but I think we should try to find some fun stuff to chat about too. That's a heavy topic. That sort of warrants its own live. I was reading an interesting article, though, about a journalist who's... no, I'm going to go down that road. We'll chat about that soon. It's my first live, other than a short cooking live a bit earlier that I've done in a week and a bit, and I'm not braining terribly well at the moment. But I've been really fascinated reading, all the stories, like the evacuations of people out of Kabul. And I was reading about a female journalist who's blonde. I mean, she'd stand out like a sore thumb, who's chosen to stay there to keep reporting. It's quite a big story. I don't know if we need to hear any more of... I've made come up and say g'day, Aussie. I've made a cup of tea too. Oh, Scout, you write the loveliest things in your little notes for everyone. I'm going to stop sharing him. What a creepy dude. Yikes. That was pretty heavy, man. On a happier note, no, that's not a happier note. I was going to go and take on a completely different story. I'm looking at the ABC News website, the ABC Australia. Just the headlines. We've had more than 218 people arrested and 6 officers hospitalised after violent anti-lockdown protests in Melbourne. So that's the first headline, not very cheery. The second headline is about New South Wales recording 825 new COVID infections in the last 24 hours, and the Premier, who's a fucking nightmare, urging people to stay calm. Oh my God, Gladys. Here in Tassie, 2 family members died in a car accident after the L-plate driver who survived the accident crashed, head-on crash, across the road. That wouldn't be good. Says it was absolutely pissing down at the time. Now, I'm sorry, but when you're a learner driver, I think your family should sort of say, the conditions might be a little bit bad. But how fucked up is that? That poor kid is going to have to live with that for the rest of their lives. That 2 family members who are passengers in the car. Stop saying sorry, Joey. I just didn't want to go into... I didn't want to go into talking about what's happening in Afghanistan. Like it why are you apologising for that? It's late. I think we just need light, not light. We can talk about headlines, but yeah, there's a pretty grim list of headlines. And then Well, that's actually quite cute. Talking about airdropping supplies at an Antarctic station, but it's a very precise mission because they've got to avoid hitting pit penguins. But then, like in other bad news, with global warming, we've now got rain falling on the Greenland ice cap for the first time in recorded history, which is pretty fucked. Oh, I just heard a little bong before. Sorry. Aussie as fuck. Aussie as fuck. G'day, gorgeous.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. How you doing?
Is there an echo?
It's not an echo, no.
Okay, cool. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
That's the way.
Murder and incels and
Oh, fuck, cuz that's a bit harsh for this time of night, isn't it?
Well, we've covered the heavy shit. We can move on to something a little bit more light-hearted.
Fair enough. How you been?
Yeah, I've been pretty pretty good. What about you?
Yeah, not too bad. We got through the lockdown here in Brizzy. Wasn't too dramatic. It was pretty cool. So
yep, you've had some sort of really short little lockdowns rather than these nightmare situation. I really feel sorry for. I mean, look, I feel sorry for people in Sydney and in Melbourne, but in Melbourne, coming in and out of lockdowns must be depressing. Like, I mean, with Sydney, it's now week 9, which would be terribly depressing, but it's been the norm for 9 weeks. But when you're sort of in lockdown and then you come out of it and then you're suddenly back in it again, and it must be very full on.
Yeah, because I've been feeling for him too. Like it'd be full on, like week after week, 9 weeks. I actually really feel for single mums.
Me too. Yeah, me too. They just don't get any respite at all. And I think the thing that really made me feel sad was when they announced that they were closing all the parks.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, and playgrounds, because just to have that, ability to just get out of your little apartment and take your child or kids to a park and just letting them burn off some calories and run around and get some fresh air, and even to really have some social contact as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's a massive thing. That's been a big thing for us too, because like it's only my little man that's still at home, so he's 6 and he's non-verbal, and it's you can't get out and you can't just see other kids and play with other kids. It's not easy to do that, like in 9 weeks of it would just be relentless.
Oh, I mean, it's hard to even imagine. I've been keeping in touch with friends of mine who are in Sydney, and they've all got very different experiences going on. One of them had just started a new job and is working from home and is actually loving it, because her previous job was traveling the world and she just got fatigued from that. And because she's single, but she's like got a partner, but they both live in the single, like in their same area. So she's got her little singles bubble.
Yeah.
And she's actually doing okay. But, and even, I mean, we haven't had lockdown in Tasmania apart from very small, and I mean it was nothing like lockdowns these days, but right at the start of COVID in Australia there was an outbreak in Tassie, but it was up in the northwest. Like, I've only just had to wear a mask when I went to Adelaide a couple of weeks ago, so it's really hard for watching it from afar, because like I feel for everyone, but I can't even imagine what the reality of it must be like 9 weeks, or with Melbourne just coming in and out of these lockdowns. And I mean, Michelle Marie just mentioned earlier about, You know, it's been 200 days. I mentioned that earlier tonight when I was cooking. You know, like I've been listening to lots of interviews with small business owners in Melbourne, and I don't know how they've managed to survive this long. And a lot of them are kind of saying they really are now at the end of their rope. Like there's really, you know, they've exhausted all resources.
Yeah, I've kind of got the same thing, but I've got two sets of friends in Sydney. One's my la-di-da friend. She's still my friend, but they're just rich as fuck and la-di-da. But she's had a pretty good experience, you know, because they live in a big house and they've got 8 bedrooms and a pool and a big backyard, and it's all been not too bad. Her biggest grievance is that she can't get the cleaner to come in, so that's been a bit rough for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, and then I've got friends in Western Sydney that are just average, you know, on an average wage, and they're really struggling. They've both lost their jobs. So yeah, they've got 4 kids and a mortgage, and you know, it's tough.
It'd be unbelievably tough. I mean, the average Australian doesn't have 6 months of finances in savings, especially like, you know, a family with 4 kids, family of 6 and a mortgage in
Yeah.
Sydney.
Yeah, which is not, you know, that shit's not cheap.
No, not at all, which is why last year a lot of people, you know, when the borders reopened, a lot of people moved to Tassie. Like there was a mass exodus down here from some of the biggest cities. I mean, my new neighbour who I adore, she's one of them. She came from Melbourne. She was like, "Nup, the lockdown just made me go, fuck this. This is not how I want to live my life." And she works remotely, like already. The company that she works for is overseas. And she's like, "Nah, I'm packing up." And she moved down here, and a lot of people did. There are a lot of sea changes and tree changes, and
yeah, we see them up here too. Like lots of Victorian plates, lots of New South Wales plates. People are moving up in droves.
We've got heaps of Queensland plates in Tassie too.
True.
Mm.
Yeah,
but
okay.
It makes sense, you know. I think because businesses realised they could have staff working from home, and people realised they could work from home and got to spend more time with their families and so on. And this isn't talking like hardcore lockdowns. This was more when we were all kind of self-isolating.
Yeah.
But that term's a thing of the past. You're either the Tasmanian Premier yesterday outlined, not that we've got a Delta case here, but what will happen here if Delta arrives. Like it did briefly arrive here a couple of weeks ago, that fucker from Sydney who somehow managed to get through Sydney Airport and Melbourne Airport without a valid pass to get to Tassie.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, and he was pinged when he got here, and thank fuck they pinged him and they sent him. Well, he actually checked himself out of quarantine, but yeah, the Tasmanian lockdown, the Premier's plan is it'll be a really hard but hopefully short lockdown, and pretty hardcore restrictions. So there's 6 sort of reasons you can leave home pretty much, and other than that, everyone's got to stay home. But you know, I think it'd be ridiculous for them to not think it's going to get here. But I was just reading Serenity B's comment too. Imagine living in apartments, no backyard or balconies. Exactly. And even my sister-in-law and niece, they did 2 weeks in lockdown in a hotel in Perth that didn't have fresh air. Like it had no windows, didn't have a balcony. Like it had windows, but not ones that you could open. That would be my worst nightmare.
Yeah,
being stuck in the room.
Yeah, my brother-in-law's in quarantine in Brisbane at the moment, and he's in the hotel quarantine. Beautiful view, but you know, not a window that opens or a balcony you can go on, so there's no fresh air. I mean, 14 days you can do that. It's in the countdown, but 9 weeks, man, that's enough to give anyone the shits.
Oh, it would be horrific. It would be absolutely horrific. And I mean, that's the problem with these bigger cities too. So many people do live in apartment buildings. I mean, I'd never live in an apartment that didn't have a balcony or a window that opened.
Yeah.
But, you know, not everyone's got that choice. It would just, it'd just be gross. But even in the 2 weeks that Nikki and Lily were in that room, it drove them around the bend. And the second time they were in quarantine, they had a window that opened. They still didn't have a balcony, but they had fresh air. But apparently Adelaide, if you have to quarantine in Adelaide, all of their quarantine hotels have got balconies.
Yeah, I heard the same for the Gold Coast has got balconies too.
I wonder if that's going to change now with Delta because it's so friggin' contagious.
Well, it's hard to say, isn't it, where it's all going to go? But Palaszczuk doesn't fuck around. Like, you can see she locks that shit down pretty quick. So it's like we had one case, that Indrapilli breakout that we had one case, and then the next day we had 2 cases, and then she locked the shit down. So I think our lockdowns here in Queensland are a bit different to the New South Wales ones too, because like everything's shut. Like when it's a lockdown, you're locked down. It's pretty self-explanatory, I guess.
Yeah, it's legal.
Yeah, but New South Wales, like only some suburbs were locked down, and then, you know, Bunnings and all that shit was still open. So
Bunnings.
Yeah, you got to have the Bunnings, yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually sort of. Sorry, I was just opening Sunny's little door out onto her enclosure in case she wants to go. There's a little baby possum. The mums make the Joeys move on when they're still pretty small, and so there's this little Joey that's Sunny and this little Joey have become buddies. And they just sort of sit and look at each other through the cage. They're kind of both mesmerised by each other. It's pretty cute.
Yeah, that is cute.
But with Gladys, I'm surprised a sniper hasn't tried to take her out. She's I'm not going to say a dead man walking. That's an awful thing to say, but not very popular is Glad. Hasn't been since she let everyone off the Ruby Princess, and she's still fucking up.
Yeah, she's in the shit, old Gladys. But I got to tell you, my nan is 92 years old. And any time she comes on the TV, she flicks her the bird and tells us she's a stupid bitch. So, I mean, you've got to do some pretty crazy things to piss my nan off. Like, she's the most pleasant person on the planet. She'd do anything for anybody, but she really, really, really dislikes her.
Oh, go Nan. I mean, it was last year with the Ruby Princess debacle, which I covered pretty thoroughly, but despite how bad it was, because it was essentially how COVID spread all over Australia. And, you know, for the first few months, every COVID death was connected to the Ruby Princess. But there was still some funny elements to it, like when the borders were starting to reopen, Gladys was very opinionated about the rest of the country and telling all the other premiers to open up the borders. And you had the premier in Western Australia and the Tasmanian premier that were both like, go fuck yourself, Gladys. You're the one that let everyone off the Ruby Princess. Like, I don't think you get to tell the rest of the country what to do when it comes to opening borders. But now it's beyond a joke with her. Like, it wasn't a joke last year either, but now it's just... and the thing I can't stand, I watch most of the press conferences. I'm sort of interested to see how each premier handles it. But with hers, good morning, everyone. Today we had 852 more confirmed cases. It's like this. She goes straight into it and starts with good morning. But the other thing that pisses me off about her is she constantly criticises every other state of Australia for how they're handling it.
Yeah, exactly. She had a big say about it. She had a massive say about how Queensland handled it and how, you know, she would never put Sydney through that kind of harsh lockdown.
Yeah, and she's been scathing about Victoria the same way. Yeah. And it's like, have a look at your state. Your state is fucked. You know,
she's done fucked up, that's for sure.
She sure has. I hope Joshy feels better soon, Mel. Poor Joshy's got a migraine. You don't know me at all. Good to see you, Groover. Just saying hi to a
Sorry,
few.
everybody in chat. I can't see the chat, so g'day to everybody that's there. G'day, Mel. Hope that Joshy feels better.
That's why I'm reading through chat because there's a lot of chat going on. I'll go back up and we'll have a look at some of the comments. Joey Wilson, hey, you don't know me. I don't know you either.
I love Joey. She's awesome.
She's a classic, isn't she? Oh, no, Mel woke up with a headache too. It's in the family today. You poor things. Michelle Marie says, I have custody of a 16-year-old African kid now, and homeschooling sucks a lot. My brother is in year 12, so he hasn't had any normal VCE. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the kids in schools, homeschooling, I haven't got any friends with kids who, especially friends in the United States, more so than in Australia. I mean, my friends in Australia have been pretty vocal about how much they don't like it, but some of my friends in the US, like they've had kids that have missed an entire year of going to school.
It's incredible, isn't it? And when you've got the parents trying to teach them the way that the teacher would be teaching them, you know, there's a chance there for a lot of miscommunication. And so who knows what they're going to know and what they're not going to know at the end of that year.
Yeah, I mean, even though they've got online classes with teachers, there's still all the homework and, you know, and then they didn't have the online schooling set up straight away. I mean, if I'd been in the States with small children, I can tell you right now they'd all be really bad at maths.
Yeah, cause me too, for sure.
Fucking nightmare. But Michelle Marie, God, a 16-year-old African kid, I mean, that would be really hard too, you know, and the homeschooling side of things would suck, but you're an amazing girl, so good on you for having a crack at it. Joe Wilson, however, she gave up on the homeschooling. I ain't a teacher, especially for a teenager. Teachers need a pay rise, I say, says Joey.
Exactly. I thought that before the lockdown. You know, like I see some of the special needs teachers that work with my son, and you couldn't pay them enough money. You really couldn't. They are just awesome. The amount of patience, the amount of training, the amount of, you know, communication that they have to do without communicating through words is incredible.
And the out of hours work that they do too, like, you know, there used to be, when we were kids, people wanted to be teachers because they used to get all the school holidays and, you know, they'd have a field day. But, you know, my uncle and auntie were both teachers and they seemed to just be on endless holidays. But my friends who are teachers now, like, they're constantly taking work home from them. And, you know, if I try to catch up with one of them in particular, it's actually really hard because she's sort of tried to schedule in a social life around her work. And she's like, I can't see you for the next 3 weeks. Like, I literally can't. I've got too much to do. And she's on a good salary because she's been a teacher for a long time. But, I mean, she's working 7 days a week pretty much.
Yeah, it's a full-on job. Our eldest just finished uni, her teaching degree, at the end of not last year, the year before. So she's only been teaching for 2 years. She's got year 3 students. And it was a tough job when you're face to face. It was a tough job. And now it's all, you know, to try and do it online and trying to get all of that organized. Like, they weren't set up for it. It was kind of, you know, scrambling to get all of that together to make sure that that worked in an online setting.
Yeah, and you've got basically your Zoom meeting happening with all of your students all, you know, tuning in from their homes all over the place. I don't know. There are a few videos that I saw. There was, I think, an English school and the teacher must have had to have gone to the loo or something, and the Zoom meeting, she recorded it. And the students were talking about getting up to mischief, and a couple of them were like, no, we better be good. And it was really cute. They were kind of debating whether or not to be naughty or not on this Zoom meeting while we went to the loo. But you just feel for them, like that's their social contact as well. These little kids, that's the only social contact with their own age group, is to all go into a Zoom meeting together, and just see it, on the screen. It's a weird world now, and it's not going to go back to. People keep saying, "Oh, I just want to go back to like it used to be." It's never going to be like it used to be.
Was it that fucking great anyway? How it used to be? Really? Like, do we want to go back to how it was? I don't really know.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's been, despite all of the hardship, there's been a lot of humanity as well. I think a lot of people have had time to actually look at, what matters in life, and to be more part of a community than just about their own individual wants. A lot of people are more focused now on what a community needs. And, the planet last year, some of the videos that came out when the planet was getting a chance to breathe and start healing a little, not healing, but it's never going to heal, but got a break from us trashing it. There were some really good things that came out of it too. Now, Ruth's saying that the Delta variant is triggering people to diabetes. Holy shit. I hadn't seen that. Had you heard about that at all, Cuz?
No, I haven't. I haven't heard about the diabetes. I've got a couple of friends that have got COVID. They've been fully vaccinated. They still got it. Still ended up in hospital and got pretty crook. One of them's off the ventilator now and reckons they might be able to go home in another week or so. So I don't know, like, all of my family's fully vaccinated. We aren't yet, but that's just because we can't get it. Like, the pressure to get it is there, but we can't get it until the end of October because they just don't have it.
No,
so there's that.
Yeah, which is a nightmare as well. I know that the Delta variant is causing myocarditis in a lot of younger people, but so does the Pfizer shot. Apparently it's only short term, but the actual Delta variant is causing a lot of serious heart complications in young, healthy people. I'm halfway through my shots. I've got a second shot coming up. It might even be next weekend on Sunday, I think. But there's a lot of people on YouTube who are talking about why they're not going to get the vaccine, and they're all very self-centered reasons for it, and they're also very misinformed, a lot of these people that are chatting about the vaccines. And you think, why aren't you just spending a bit of time educating yourself? Because I was chatting about it earlier when I was cooking, but you see these small business owners in Melbourne saying how, they're pretty much at the point now they've got to close down. They've somehow managed to stay afloat through 7 lockdowns, but it's kind of, reaching the end of the line. And I just think, like, if enough people are vaccinated and they can stop going into these hard lockdowns and let businesses recover and, people can start supporting them, that's the sort of thing that's motivating me to get these vaccinations. It's not about my personal wants or needs. Again, it's about the community and how we can get out of this cycle of all of these lockdowns. I mean, it's proven
we're the same.
Yeah, and it doesn't, at the end of the day, I mean, I didn't even really think twice about it. I mean, I had a weird experience because I got bumped out of an AstraZeneca clinic because of the directive that people over 60 should only get it. Then I was booked in for the first Pfizer clinic, and I got back from South Australia and they went into lockdown. And because I'd been over there, I got booted from that clinic. But I'm now, I'm due to get my second shot in a week. But, it's more about how we can function as a community that's motivating me to get it. It's not about, oh shit, what might it do to me? And when you hear a YouTuber saying, oh, it's an untested vaccine, that just pisses me off so much, because it's not. It's years and years of medical research that lead to these vaccines existing. This is a derivative of the SARS vaccine.
Yeah, I'm with you, cuz like I totally get where you're coming from, and that's sort of our thinking too, is that like they recently come out, New South Wales and Queensland mobs come out and said we have to get to 80% vaccination, and then they're just going to open the borders and let us go. So at that rate, like I think Queensland's only at 30 something percent, and New South Wales at 50 something. So we've got a ways to go to try and convince people to get on board with it. And some of the things that I've heard about it is, the bullshit about it not being approved by the FDA or whatever, but also them saying, we don't even know how effective it is. And they know people, as I know people, that have still got it and still gotten sick.
Yeah.
But this is all we've got. Like we're in the middle of a crisis, and this is what we have to work with. So,
and it's a double-edged sword, because I was reading an article online, I think it might have been on the Guardian's website, where if you can get like to 70% vaccinated, it's only going to be effective if you don't have a shitload of cases. So it's kind of a race against the clock. And this is where the rollout in Australia, why it's been so heavily criticised, because they took their fucking time, and there's people trying to get in, especially in Victoria and New South Wales, to get their shots, and they just don't have the supplies. And yeah, you've got you can have a much better outcome, or it's more. Well, I don't think it's even more. I think it is only viable if you don't have shitloads of cases. So you've kind of got to get, and that's where Tassie's interesting, because we'll end up with a pretty high vaccination rate without any cases here. So they'll actually be able to study Tasmania if and when Delta arrives here to see if that's the case. But yeah, it was an interesting article, because if the numbers are too high, then even if you have 70% of the population vaccinated, it still probably won't put an end to lockdowns.
No, and that's some of their complaints, isn't it? Like the ones that were protesting today, and they had massive one down the main drag of Brisbane, as they did in Sydney and Melbourne, and they're all screaming for freedom. Well, this is your ticket to freedom. So
yeah, I know, and that's been the case from even that one a couple of weeks ago where the police horse got punched in the face. It's like you're protesting against lockdowns, but by getting out and doing that, you're essentially guaranteeing more lockdowns. Like, how idiotic can you be? You Don't Know Me says in her area the cases are up 400%. I may never get to do normal again. Serenity Bees praying for the mental health of so many. Joey
harsh.
Yep. Bunnings in Sydney's closing, but not in regional areas. I mean, look, I think if you're in a regional area that doesn't have a lot of active cases or any active cases, I think businesses like Bunnings staying open is probably where we're talking. Like, it's interesting to have those two comments in a row, one about mental health and then the Bunnings one, because I think people, especially last year, so many people got into doing things at home and little projects and stuff, and a lot of people got into baking, and it's no different to be able to go to the shop and get another bag of flour so you can make another cake. Like, I think I don't necessarily consider Bunnings an essential business. Like, it's essential for tradies to be able to get supplies in hard lockdowns. But sometimes you kind of think, these, like the parks closing down, they're the things that keep mental health problems not at bay, but probably minimalizes them a little bit. And Bunnings is kind of a playground for grown-ups. but, you know, with very, very strict rules on people going in there. But I think it's people having projects and things to do while they're in lockdown is crucial for their mental health.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if anybody's following the rules though, are they? Like I've got my cousin's niece, she works at Bunnings down in New South Wales. And she said it's just packed. It's always packed. And she's forever trying to get people to social distance, forever trying to get people to sanitize their hands and all of that kind of stuff. Like, if you want to keep the doors open, and I get that because mental health would be a massive thing with all of the lockdowns, but at least do it properly.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is why this virus, right from the start, has been such a massive problem, because it has to hitchhike on humans to survive. And so we had to rely on people doing the right thing, and people just can't. And then, you know, they'll guarantee the fucker that is ignoring social distancing and cramming into Bunnings with everybody else. God forbid anyone in their family gets Delta or COVID and dies from it. They'll be the first person on a current affair whinging about it.
Yeah. And how is it? Because, like, they constantly, the ones that always test positive are the ones that have gone into 55 shops and visited 10 people and travelled from arsehole to Christmas time. Like,
Yep.
I don't understand how you can go and get a test for COVID and you're not sure whether you've got it, and then you still travel 100 miles up the road and go to every shop known to mankind.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when I was in Adelaide and they started releasing all the places where the COVID people had been, it was, I mean, I must admit, it's kind of interesting when you look at your check-in app history and think, fuck, I didn't realise I went to that many places. But like for me, it might be 5 in a day. And I'm like, wow, you know, for the next day I think, where did I go yesterday? I wouldn't have thought of all 5 of them. But then they were showing, you know, like where people had been. And some people had been, like you said, to every bloody place under the sun and into pubs and then driving over the border and going and seeing someone else. And it's pretty crazy. Serenity B says, who's on panel, Tori?
G'day, Serenity B. It's Aussie as fuck.
It is. It's Aussie as fuck. There's a lot of chat about teachers. We've already given them a... Oh, Emily Flotilla. Hello, beautiful. Just a minute before work. Look, thank you for dropping in. She may not even be here now. Oh, Joey says, oh, are you guys cousins?
I just say cuz. That's how I call everyone cuz or mate.
It's been cuz from day one.
Yeah.
Aussie as fuck. It's just the way cuz is.
Yeah.
I like it though. I like I've started, you know, when I went to Blues Fest years and years ago, they have like an Indigenous music festival that runs at the same time as Blues Fest on the same site. And the very, very first one that I went to, and I learnt, you know, how to call your elder women in your life aunties. And I've done the same thing. Like, you know, I always refer to older women that I engage with as aunties, and it's lovely. It's so respectful, and but also that acknowledgement that, you know, we're a sisterhood. I don't so much call males, older males in my life, uncles, but I just love the whole auntie thing, and it's kind of like the cuz thing. Because I think a lot of Kiwis call each other cuz, don't they?
Yeah, that's the other thing. I've probably, you know, my husband and I have been married for 1,000,000 years, and so I've picked up a lot of stuff off him. So yeah. I probably talk like half like Shazza out of the Housos and then half like a Kiwi.
I mean, so, it's like Australian. It's like Australians calling each other mate, even when you don't, you know, like if a stranger opens a door for you and you walk through and you go, thanks, mate. Like there's already a sort of term of endearment for people, even when you've only had a fleeting interaction with them. And I think it's really nice.
Yeah, it's a bit of an icebreaker, you know.
Yeah, although it's hard to explain to Americans how the people that we are fond of in our lives are like, "How you going, cunt?" That one, they can't get their head around that.
Yeah, I tell you what, man, it's not, Americans don't take it how we say it. You know, like if I
No.
type into an American chat and I say those mob of cunts down there, they think I'm angry at them.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
When I
so
went
random.
when I went to high school in the States, on exchange, I got sent off on detention so many times for being sarcastic because it just went straight over the top of their heads and they just thought I was very rude. You know, you can't say that. And I'm like, come on, that was a joke. And they're like, no, it wasn't. And yet you look at what happens on some of the American YouTube channels and the things that they call each other that are actually horrific. And then they're like, oh, come on, that was a joke. And it's like, no, that wasn't. That wasn't. Calling someone a predator isn't a joke. Like,
Yeah, I can't
Right?
imagine laughing at that one at all.
No, you wouldn't be overly thrilled if you were the recipient of that. Oh, Emily says she knows 2 people with Delta. I'm sorry to hear that, darling. It's such a weird variant, and it's, you know, and it makes you think, well, if COVID could kind of morph into this version, what the fuck is, you know, in store for us down the track?
Yeah, and I just think it affects people differently. You know, you can have your asymptomatic person, you can have your person that's crook, you know, for a week, but they're not too bad, and then you've got the person on a respirator in hospital. It hits different for everybody.
It does. Love your brother. Wear a mask. Here, Emily. That's cool. Serenity Bay says sometimes it's from fear and the unknown, but I don't know what we were chatting about. I'm just kind of doing a quick, rapid scroll through to catch up. But there's some, you know, there's comments like in chat as well about people not, so many people believing that vaccines are harmful and that's problematic. But it's just this thing where do some research, you know, like make an inform yourself. And that's why, I mean, I think because we're chatting about it, I probably will play that video of Dr. Duck Fong's because it's so fucking good. I'll get it up. Did you watch that one?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, cool. All right, let me get him up. It's, I mean, I know I'm preaching to the converted in our chat, but he's just been the most rational, reasonable, educated, interesting person, like commentary on COVID since it broke out. And I'm kind of bummed that he's got rid of his crazy all over the place little mohawk hairdo because I did like that. It does go for 12 minutes, but I just want to catch up and just see if there's anything else in chat. But we're all talking. No, they're all talking COVID. So I'm going to share this video. Do you want to hang out with me still, cuz?
Yeah, mate. No worries.
Groovy. But we'll stop and chat about it. But I just think in terms, yeah, his hair was wild, wasn't it, Ruth? But yeah, look, I know that we're kind of, everyone in this chat is reasonable because, I mean, at the end of the day, that's all that you have to be with this is just reasonable, you know, like why human beings get so affronted and horrified and feel like their rights are being impinged and all of that sort of stuff, yet they don't give a flying fuck about anyone else's right to live by taking the risks that they take. But it's just about being reasonable, you know, like you don't have to be reactionary or melodramatic or, you know, over the top about it. It's like, okay, for a little while, I've just got to be a bit reasonable. That's it. But this video, I think, is so good. And I don't know why more Americans don't watch this guy because I reckon they should. Some of the stuff I've been hearing lately on the YouTubes. All right, he's up on the screen. I'll just
mute while you're playing that.
It's just before we kick off with him. No, because I'm keen for commentary as well. Because I'll stop so we can chat. Mel, are you pregnant? And she's gone, Joey, fuck no, with vomit emoji. She's got her third grandbaby on the way. Hi, Nika Crafts. How are you?
Beautiful. Grandbabies are beautiful creatures.
What I want to play this dude, and what I want is everyone in this fabulous community of ours, if you're stumbling around the YouTubes and you hear creators in whatever community you're in, because God knows I've heard them talking about it in so many different communities, and it's always the same bullshit. Just try and get them to watch this dude, and I just love the way this video ends as well. Mel's having a baby. Yeah, Duck rocks, doesn't he, Nika? He rocks. All right, so let's play him for a little while and we'll stop. I don't think he'll strike me because the whole point of his channel is he wants people to be reasonable.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Vong here. Today is August 14th. This is your quick COVID update. Numbers are not good. So yesterday's number for Friday was 186,000 cases in the United States yesterday alone. So the average is 125, 128, but yesterday, 186,000. We are going like a skyrocket. I am telling you, we are going to fly past 200,000. Not good. So Louisiana is running out of hospital beds. Mississippi has opened up beds in a parking garage. Florida is shipping people out. Dallas, fucking Big D, is out of pediatric ICU beds. And their director said, your kid is going to be waiting for another kid to die. This is horrible. Your kid, there are no more pediatric ICU beds. So
I'm just going to stop for a second. Those figures blow me away. 200,000 a day. And just to give you guys perspective, the Americans in chat, Sydney or New South Wales, the state of New South Wales today is 852. And that's the highest number of cases in a day in Australia ever.
Yeah, and in Queensland, that cluster at Indooroopilly, I think there was 112 cases all up, through that whole week. I think the most we got up to was 16 cases a day or something.
Yeah, it's just, it's what we're experiencing in Australia is the worst we've experienced so far. But and obviously it's to do with population and so on, but 200,000 a day is whoa, blows me. Imagine that. Imagine if I remember last year, towards the end of last year, the US exceeded Australia's population in positive cases and exceeded the entire population of Tasmania in deaths. And that's
astronomical.
Yeah, but it's such a reality. Imagine if the entire, I'm touching wood right now, but imagine the entire population of Tasmania just vanished. Anyway,
it's incredible. And what he's saying about the hospital beds is a real reality. If that doesn't hit them in the face like a wet fish, I don't know what does. If your child gets sick and goes to a hospital, you will literally have to wait until a child dies before that child will have a bed. What part of that do you not get?
And that's why I like this dude, because he's just so clear in what he says, and he drops a lot of fucks and fuckings in as well. But there's no confusion with this guy. He's just telling you what it is, but he puts it in a way that he gives you perspectives like that, your child will get a bed when another child has died. And you're right. If that isn't making people go, whoa, fuck, that's hardcore. Even Chasing Truth on YouTube, her husband is in hospital at the moment, and he only got a bed in hospital because somebody died. She was talking about it the other day. Yeah.
Yeah, I seen a little bit of it the other day. She was hoping for him to come home, but I hadn't seen any more. And, what a horrible thing to see it in real time too. you know, like for people to be able to see that whole thing unfold, where the husband got it first and he was crook in the bed, and then the kids got it, and then she eventually got it, and thankfully, touch wood, she's been okay, and
Yeah,
hasn't need.
I think sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. The last time she was on her channel about it, it was day 5 for her. So she was they'd obviously given her advice about, you know, when things take a turn for the worse. Because I think Scott had been sick for a little while, like for quite a few days before he had to go to hospital. But yeah, she hasn't, I don't think she's been back on. We might have a check-in and see if there's anything new on her channel, but I've been following it. But that's the thing, like last year I used to say to people that were sort of saying, oh, it's no big deal. I was like, watch one video of one person who's currently living with it and you'll see it is a big deal. Or, you know, Google long COVID and see what these young kids are now facing for the rest of their lives because they got it. But people just don't want to know, like, unless it's happening on their, you know, in the, what's that, NIMBYs. If it's not in their backyard, well, NIMBY is not in my backyard, but if it's not in someone's backyard, it doesn't hit home. But I mean, how much needs to be out there about this? It's a global pandemic. There's videos from all over the world of people talking about it. There's people, you know, doctors and nurses talking about what it's like to be working in the hospitals. You only have to spend 5 minutes watching somebody telling their story to go, this is fucking serious. But we'll go back to Dr. Duck Vuong.
Kid is going to be waiting for another kid to die so they can have an ICU bed. This is horrific. And I just don't understand how conspiracy people, anti-vaxxers, naysayers, you know how stupid you sound when you sit there and talk about, oh, it's like the flu, 99.99% of people survive it. You sound like an idiot. I pray that it's not your family that is touched by this COVID pandemic. I pray that it's not your child who falls sick. And if you catch it, I pray that you will get the best medical treatment. But I want you to understand, the system has limitations. There are only so many beds. There are only so many ICU beds. There are only so many hospital beds before you are again on a stretcher in a hallway. And there are only so many nurses, only so many doctors, and they are all pushed to the limit. Pulmonologists, respiratory techs, lab techs, guys and girls who draw your blood, your lab work in the morning, turn the dials, who give you your pain meds, your breathing treatments. They are pushed to the limits. I'm telling you, these hospitals in these hot zones are understaffed and overworked. And
that's another point too. Do you remember last year? You probably won't like me pausing on that, but do you remember last year in Italy? There was when Italy was really bad, they lost 50 doctors in a week. Like 50 doctors died of COVID in that town in Italy that was like the original ground zero.
I do remember that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive number of people that have spent years and years and years studying, and the amount of money for them to be trained and so on, and they're just wiped out. So, I mean, it's not even just, I mean, like he's saying, these hospitals are so understaffed and all the staff are pushed, but they're also losing staff that have the skills to deal with this. And I remember in the States last year, they were pulling kids out of medical school and putting them into hospitals because they had a shortage of staff.
And how terrifying to get up every day and go to a job where you know that you're going to put yourself at risk and your family at risk.
It would be, I mean, we're talking, mental health earlier. The mental health of anyone working on the front line. And I mean, I'm talking outside of even the hospitals to, think about the people that are running morgues and that are collecting all the bodies and the people that are burying the bodies and the families that there was a little boy I saw, a little Italian boy right before Christmas. All like every single person in 4 generations of his family had died from COVID. This kid had lost everyone. Grandparents, great-grandparents, uncles, aunties, siblings, parents, everyone. He's 5 years old.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. And we have these fuckers in Australia going out and saying, you know, boo his lockdowns, punching horses in the face. And it's like, you fucks, you don't see us. Sonny's got the zoomies. I don't know if everyone can hear galloping happening in my house, but Sonny is zooming. That shit crazy. But you know, you just think, how can you not hear a story like that and not think this is something we as a community, like a global community, we should all be looking out for each other, because there are little kids going through this sort of thing, and how the fuck they recover from something like that, it just blows my mind. And actually Emily made a comment too that the beds are needed for other issues, accidents and surgery. And I was listening to an American news station yesterday that was saying, and in fact, I think Chasing Truth did as well, that there are hospitals now that, you know, if you've got cardiac issues or cancer or whatever, there's hospitals now that they only take COVID patients. Like the number of hospitals that are around that can actually help people with conditions other than COVID is getting smaller.
Yeah. And how horrifying is that? You know, if I had to take my 92-year-old Nan up to the hospital because she'd done a hip or whatever, and I couldn't get her in because it was full of COVIDs, what do you do? What can you do?
Exactly. And it's not like you can just drive to the next hospital and check them in. I mean, in Australia at the moment, fortunately, we do have hospitals that can still treat people for all these other conditions. But the way it's going in New South Wales, you've got to start to think, well, you know, are we heading down the same road as America? Are we going to have hospitals that are just 100% COVID hospitals, and people that have got all these other life-threatening conditions who've probably been doing the right thing from day one and wearing masks and social distancing and following lockdowns are potentially going to die from conditions that were treatable because our hospitals are overwhelmed with all the COVID patients.
Yeah, and there's a lot of stories like that where people have been affected by it, you know, where they can't get through borders to get back to their house because, you know, he's had a heart attack before he got there. And so he's had to go to hospital, and then the lockdowns happened and now he can't get past the border. And he's sitting in a caravan park, you know, the last 6 weeks just trying to get home.
It's
You know, like there's a million stories like that, and that's what they're not thinking of. You know, when you've got all these fuck knuckles down there going, we want freedom. Well, we all want fucking freedom, don't we?
Yeah,
all of us.
And why don't we all try to work together to bring those freedoms back as soon as possible, you know? And if it means, like I keep saying, just being reasonable for a period of time for that to happen, then be reasonable for a period of time. Michelle Marie, or M. Marie in chat, she's a nurse, and she's just said they have to bring their scrubs to work and change there. You're constantly changing gowns that make you drip sweat. The masks give you pressure sores, and then you change again before you go home. You know, like the things that our nurses and doctors have to go through, on top of just like going to work and doing their job, all these new extra things they've got to do, like that all adds stress to your day. And then on top of that, you're sweating in your gowns, you're getting pressure sores from the masks. So it's, you know, there's, again, where's this sort of awareness of some people of how this is actually affecting and impacting people who are busting their bums to try and keep people alive? It just blows my mind. This is this section of human beings that are just so fucking selfish and self-centered.
Yeah, it is incredible. And it's, you know, like it's not just the physical toll or even the moment that you're going through the crisis that they're going to be affected by it. You know, like a therapist said to me years ago, is that when you have trauma, it's not the crisis that you go through. The trauma is what happens afterwards. You know, you go through a traumatic experience, and that experience is traumatic, but the trauma that comes after that is what really takes a lot of the work to work through. And so for months and years to come, when this finally starts to get to a manageable level, you know, managing all of that trauma for all of the people, for all of the lockdowns, for all of the nurses, for all of the doctors, for all of the people that have lost loved ones, you know, managing that trauma is going to be a big task.
It's going to be huge. And there's already massive shortages of psychologists and psychiatrists in Australia, like even pre-COVID. You know, the mental health programs that were trying to be rolled out into regional areas were brilliant, but there just weren't the people to do the work. And I was listening to an interview on the ABC the other day driving into work, and it was a psychologist up in the northwest of Tassie. She's been turning clients away, like new patients, for over 4 years. And when she says, I can't take on any new patients, and they say to her, can you refer me somewhere else? There's no one she can refer them to. I mean, it's scary. You know, we're going to need those sorts of trained professionals to just deal with the fallout of this afterwards. People are going to be, you know, fucked up for the rest of their lives potentially. Like the PTSD that people are going to be living with after this.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be the CPTSD, isn't it? It's that complex post-traumatic stress that's going to be the thing, because it's not just stress from one area, it's stress from lots of different areas. It's the stress of worrying about getting the COVID, it's the stress of losing the money because of COVID, it's the stress of the lockdowns and the schooling and the, you know, people around you that are sick, and it's a complicated PTSD.
Absolutely. I mean, whenever you see those aerial photographs of the mass graves, or not the mass graves, but the paddocks where they've had to dig hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of graves, even doing that would just be horrific. Just digging graves for thousands of people.
That'd do a lot of people in. You know, the strongest of people, you know, you're the rock. And even, you know, like we've said on here before, rocks break under pressure, and that'd break anybody, because it's not normal to have to go through something like that. It's you know, it's Third World War shit that you're dealing with right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Susanna Q. Berlinski. You're new, I think. Salem News. In 1976, vaccine inventor Jonas Salk admitted to Congress that the live polio vaccine was the principal, if not sole cause, of all reported polio cases in the US since 1961. But polio's gone. My uncle had polio.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's still alive and living a fruitful existence, but yeah, he had polio as a kid.
Wow. Yeah, the bloke down the road had polio as well. He's in a wheelchair now. He's about 80 something, 87, 89.
Michelle Marie says, thanks, guys. We all have to do our bit. We'd love a holiday if we can get our vaccine numbers up and back to some sense of normalcy. I absolutely bet you would love that. Nothing more. Actually, the Tasmanian government did a lottery last year for travel vouchers, and I missed out. But they did another one a few weeks ago, and I got one. And you get $200 back for your accommodation, and also $100 back for an experience that you do. So it's to encourage Tasmanians to travel around Tassie, which I do anyway. But I was a bit excited. That's what I'm actually doing tomorrow, is choosing where I'm going to go and booking it. So you go off and do it, and then you send in your invoices, and they reimburse you up to $300.
That's awesome, cuz. You're going to have an awesome time.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? And I've got a little babysitter for Sunny lined up already, so Scout Inquiry also mentions the domestic violence and abuse. Like the numbers have risen to an all-time high all over the planet, and that's horrific as well. And Ruth, still under MH from sepsis, but no one can see me. And my support went on lockdown last year. People can't get in here. Yeah, the polio vaccine eradicated polio. That was my understanding too, Nika. You wish that they would pay folks to stay at home. Well, interestingly, you don't know me. I mean, one of the things that's been bounced around here was paying people to take, to get a vaccine. We're not meant to say those words, apparently. I don't know why. I've noticed a heap of US creators are now saying C for COVID and D for Delta and V for vaccination. Maybe they're terms that are having channels shut down or something. Oh, well. We'll all just move over to the Shitty Kitty Kitchen or Smooth Criminal. If you haven't subbed to either of those channels, you might want to, just in case we get erased from the YouTubes. But let's keep playing this because I really want to get to the end of it too, because it's just such a punchy way to end it. But it's also very interesting, I reckon.
I pray that it doesn't affect you. But I'm here to tell you that this surge is just beginning. It's just beginning. It's coming to a theater near you. This shit show is coming to a theater near you. Florida this week, 2 tropical storms heading towards it. Texas next week, California, and I am shocked at how fast this is going up. The Eastern Seaboards, Carolinas, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York. See, New Jersey, New York people, the weather is still good. It's getting cooler. People are going out. Last little hurrah on the beach. I'm telling y'all. They're walking around acting like, there's no pandemic. They're not wearing masks. They're yelling at people who are wearing masks. It's coming for you. And it's coming faster than even Dr. V thought. Okay? Just look at the numbers in Chicago. Who has heard Chicago mentioned this summer? Nobody, other than Lollapalooza. It's about to catch on fire. Just look at Chicago numbers. Chicago has 800 cases a day. Here in Houston, we're up to 2,200, 2,300 cases.
That's interesting, isn't it? Chicago has 800 cases a day. So does Sydney or New South Wales.
At the moment.
I'll drop the link to his channel into the chats right now for you, Emery. When he just said before too that the numbers and the speed and everything is even faster than he thought, he's been so accurate from the start with everything that he's predicted. Just using logic and science. Hasn't got one thing wrong. It blows my mind. Well, the only thing he's got wrong is that the figures are going up more than he anticipated. But that was one of the reasons I found him interesting from the start, was he'd be like, this time next week it's going to be this amount of cases, and you'd tune in next week and it would be, or it'd be above it. Like, he's a smart dude. I think I've lost Cuz.
No, I'm here, mate. I'm here. I was just letting you go. I know there's a bit of a lag and I can't see chat, so I'm not deliberately ignoring people. So, hello, beautiful people, all in chat. You're all gorgeous. Love you guts. I can't see you, though.
We've got the best little community here. I'm just getting another drink. Getting a bit dry on the... Hello, little Woogie. She's got the zoomies. Hopefully that link worked in chat. Otherwise, I'll just go over to the YouTubes. Yeah, it did work. Hopefully you'll be able to click onto that, Marie. Hi, Aussie Trisha. Good to see you, Griever. All right, we'll keep going with Dr. Duck.
This is a day. We're running out of ICU beds. In one of the world's largest medical centers, running out of ICU beds. LA is over 3,000, 3,400 cases a day. Oh, California won't shut down. Dude, let me tell you, this is important. And what I want to say very controversial. Now, these people are putting up these Facebook memes. They're responding. If you're one of these people, I want you to respond right now. I want you to write this right now. This shit drives me nuts. I want you to write this. If you believe in this, my body, my choice. Have y'all seen this? Have y'all seen these Facebook banners you can put around your profile picture? My body, my choice.
Has anyone seen one of those? I haven't.
I have.
You have?
Yep, I've seen one down at the medical center.
Really?
Yeah, it was weird, so random, right next to the pharmacy and the medical center, but somebody has obviously put it up because that's where you get your vaccinations, yeah? And it was on the outside of the window, so somebody's walked past and put it up.
Yeah, we'll see. Scout Inquirer saying she's seen it. You don't know me's seen it. This is where I like this video of his because I feel like every time I hear a YouTuber crapping on about vaccinations, I feel like putting the link in their chat and going, just spend 12 minutes and watch this guy. Ruth has seen it too. On Facebook, no longer. Yep, I'd be dumping a few people if they put that on their face. I mean, it's because he explains why it's a big load of shite. We'll keep going.
Comment if that's you. I want you to put a comment and say, my body, my choice. As in, like, I'm not going to wear a mask. As in, it's my body. You can't tell me to wear my mask. It's my body. You can't make me get a vaccine. That's rushed. That's a conspiracy. That's unproven. Comment. I want you to comment because I'm going to tell you why you're an idiot. My body, my choice. So if that's your logic, my body, my choice, let me ask you this question. Do you drive without a seatbelt? It's your body. Do you drink and drive? It's your body. You put it full of alcohol? My choice. You go get into go driving. Do you drink and drive? Let me ask you another question. Do we have laws against drinking and driving? If you got pulled over without a seatbelt, would you get a ticket? My body, my choice. No, Dr. V. Fuck you, Dr. V. My body, my choice. I'm going to stand by that. Okay, motherfucker. If it's your body, your choice, then why are you anti-abortion? Isn't it her body, her choice? Doesn't that apply? Now listen, I've had 2 significant relationships my whole life. My first relationship, she didn't want to have a baby. So we waited. This new relationship, she didn't believe in abortion. She believed in right. I believe your body, your choice. I'm here to support you. You're the one carrying the baby. Makes sense to me. I might believe that that's a beating heart, and I might believe that it's a sin against God, but I'm not going to impose my will on that body, that choice. If you believe my body, my choice, and you're not going to get vaccinated, then where do you fall on the abortion issue? See, this is an example. I don't really fucking care where you fall, but this is an example of how illogical people are. It is absolutely flawed logic. You can't say my body, my choice only applies to vaccination, and we need to reverse Roe versus Wade. We need to go back to coat hangers and secret clinics. This is craziness, guys. It's craziness. And
he continues on with it, but just saying what chat is saying. Aussie Trisha had her first shot yesterday. Good work, Aussie Trisha.
I think we should adopt him as Aussie for sure.
Yeah, he's very Australian. His sense of humour and the fact that he says fucking motherfuckers a lot, I love. Yeah, but you don't know me saying a lot of these my body, my choice people don't want to ban abortion. And he's right. It is illogical that, yeah, they're completely anti-abortion, but they're doing the whole my body, my choice about the vaccine or wearing masks. Scout Inquirer really likes him. Yeah, he's great. He is great. Oh, you don't know me, had put that comment about abortion before he said it.
They're smart. The people in your chat are always really clever.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I think what a lot of my friends and I have been talking about with the vaccination issue is if you inform yourself and make a considered decision, nobody's saying no to it. Like, once they've done their research and looked into it and also put their own stupidity or misinformation to one side. And this is where the YouTubers that are talking about why they're not getting it really irritate me, because it's all about them. And he mentioned a little bit earlier about, it's a new vaccine, it's untested. I can't believe that there's so much information out there about vaccinations and how long they've been made that people are stupid to say that on a channel, with 600 people listening to them. But they haven't even just Googled the history of vaccines to know that what they're saying is a load of bullshit.
Yeah, and don't you reckon that this is part of the problem at the moment, is because we've got all this social media, which we didn't have 100 years ago when we had a massive, the Spanish flu or whatever. But now we've got every Tom, Dick and Harry that thinks they know better than everybody putting all this information up on the face page and the fucking TikToks and the Snapchats and the YouTubes and the whatever, like any bastard can just get up there and say what they think, but what they think may not be right. And then they, whoever listens to that goes off and goes, oh, well, that guy just said that, so that must be right. And then they think that that's true,
Absolutely.
And it's all horseshit.
Yeah, and this is the problem, because they haven't done their research. They're saying that they've got 600 people watching them and probably 500 of them are believing what they're saying because they've followed them. I mean, this has been the thing I've found with YouTube even pre-COVID, is how creators would be live and they would say something and I'd actually seen the person they were talking about and they're live and it was not what had been said at all. And then everyone in the chat's picking up their pitchforks to go after this other person. And it's like, shouldn't you put the other channel on and listen for yourself before you decide whether you're picking up the pitchfork or not? But they don't. They hear the creator they like say something and they take it as gospel, and it's fucking dangerous. And maybe that is why YouTube is why people are saying the C word and the V word and the D word. Maybe YouTube is trying to stop the spread of misinformation, but it blows my mind how many people go live and say these things and everyone in the chat's just going, yeah, that's right. And they're not doctors. I mean, this dude is on YouTube and he's a friggin' doctor and he's been pretty spot on about COVID. I mean, people that are only listening to him for the first time now, I thoroughly recommend you go back and watch his earliest videos. He's a former bariatric surgeon and there's a lot of videos on his channel specifically for bariatric patients. But one of the reasons, or the main reason he was so interested in COVID right at the very start, was that they were seeing a very high incidence of death from COVID in obese people. That's what made him start to look at it. But he's, go right back to the start and listen to him and the things that he says, and he explains everything so clearly. And you just think, why aren't these creators spending a little bit of time searching on YouTube, if YouTube's a platform where they believe everything, and doing some research before they speak up about stuff?
Yeah, and I reckon you said that like last year, remember? Like when whatever drama of the day was happening and they're all, fighting each other and this one called me a bitch and blah, blah, whatever they say, and you were saying at the time, and this was like 12 months ago, like have a look around you and see what is happening in your country, and who cares about that shit? Like, why don't you talk about something that's worthwhile talking about?
True
And that was
helper.
12 months ago, you know, and
Yeah,
they still
yeah.
rave on with all their crap day in and day out.
True Helper's arrived. Good to see you. True Helper says his comparison is way off, comparing abortion laws to vaccines. Though I can see the premise he's working from. We're all God's children and should have the right to do with our bodies as we see fit. Well, he's not actually comparing abortion laws to vaccines. He's talking about my body, my choice. And if you're going to not get vaccinated or not wear a mask on the premise that you believe my body, my choice, then why are you anti-abortion? That was the point that he was actually making.
And it is your body and your choice to a certain extent, isn't it? You know, like people have got their own medical history, they've got their own problems, they've got their own whatevers, and so they have to go and talk to their doctor. And as an example of that, as I said, Nen's 92. She's just come out of surgery not long ago. She's had bowel obstruction and different things, and so she wanted to get the vaccine, and he said to her to just hold off for a minute to recover from the surgery. And you know, she's 92. She's got some issues going on. So, you know, your doctor is going to be the one that you speak to say, you know, if you've got medical problems for whatever, you've got immune efficiency problems, you've got whatever issues you've got, then talk to them. And that's your body, your choice, isn't it? But when it's coming down to the whole thing of, if you get a disease and then you pass that disease on to my 92-year-old grandma, she's dead.
Yeah.
There's no two ways about it. She's already, you know, got one foot in. So, you know, is it her body, her choice when you pass that disease on to her?
Exactly. And I mean, where I would, and that's the thing, I just going back to that sort of selfishness. And again, it goes back to, you're either an I want sort of person or you're a we need. And the we needs are the ones that are looking at this from a global community perspective and what's best for the community. The I wants are the ones that are very vocal about why they're not getting vaccinated, and they haven't done their research, and they're using reasons like this is an untested vaccine and who knows what the long-term effects are, which is completely wrong. The vaccine isn't new. It's been, you know, the fact that they don't even just do some simple, or even speak to their doctor about it, because that's where I got my information from when, you know, the vaccines were first being talked about. But the other thing, which, you know, in relation to your 92-year-old grandmother, when the Australian government was saying that, you know, they were looking at long-term giving people who've been vaccinated more rights, you know, in terms of going out and where they can go and what they can do than people who haven't, I was pretty vocal about that there are exceptions like 92-year-old grandmothers that shouldn't be penalised because they can't be vaccinated at the moment. Like, I have an issue with that. I think when people are actually not able to get it, they shouldn't be excluded from doing, you know, going about their business and having the same sort of rights as the people who have been. Because I don't think that's fair. I think if people aren't actually able to be vaccinated, then they should be safe in a population with people that have been. It's up to them. I mean, if I was immunocompromised, I probably wouldn't want to go anywhere. But I didn't
you can't go anywhere. You actually can't, you know, like, and she's in the same boat as everybody else. Like, she can't get across the border, but no other bastard can get across the border either. You know, like, she can't go in to the next town, but nobody else can either. You know, like, it's one in, all in.
Yeah. True Helper said every person's situation is different. I agree that there are definitely exceptions to the rule. One should always encourage people to do the due diligence, correct, before making any major life decision, correct. And then True Helper says, sorry, I forgot my manners. Good morning, everyone. Many blessings to all. Aussie Trisha, my mum is 91. She had hers yesterday. We have her wrapped in cotton wool. We don't have like a what do you guys call it in America? Is it like a COVID pass or something? We don't get a little, well, or do we? Do we get a little piece of paper when we've been fully vaccinated?
Well, some of my mob are on the other side of the border down in New South Wales, and my brother-in-law's in quarantine. He's fully vaccinated, and my sister is stuck at my parents' place in Dubbo because Dubbo went into a lockdown. She's fully vaccinated, and to get across the border, which they can't do at the moment anyway because there's no exemption. But when she does start handing out exemptions to get across the border, she will have to prove that she's fully vaccinated. So it's not actually a card thing, but it's a thing off Medicare, I believe.
Yeah, I think my health, is that the app? It's My Health or My Government Health, or I think it'll be on there because everyone's medical records end up on that app. I reckon that's how we'd use it here.
Yeah,
That MyGov app. Somebody just made a comment too. Yeah, and look, True Help was mentioning that a friend who got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is now permanently cognitively compromised. And it is a very hot button topic. And the thing is, you do have to do your due diligence. And unfortunately, some people are going to have adverse reactions to it. But you have to also, when I was doing my due diligence, look at the statistics. And statistically, the chances of something bad happening because of the vaccine are incredibly low compared to catching Delta and not having been vaccinated. So you have to weigh things up, make an educated decision.
Yeah, it is a hot topic, and people are divided. It's a kind of it's a real mixed bag when you talk to people about it. And I live on a street in Brisbane, and there's probably 2 Aussies on that street in typical Aussie style. We've got a mixed bag of everyone. We've got people from India, and we've got people from Afghanistan, and we've got the Muslims down the road, and the Italians, and the that's how we roll here.
Yeah.
So it's a mixed bag with cultural. Yeah,
that's an issue too, Kaz, because there's also in a magnificent melting pot of a population, there's a lot of people in Australia whose English isn't great yet. That don't, that they're not getting the information across. Like, we've got migrant resource centres and, refugee legal advice centres and so on that are absolutely swamped at the moment and can't get back to every inquiry. So in terms of people being educated, it's not filtering out at the same rate to every corner of our communities. There are people that are not getting access to information as quickly as other people. But again, it's sort of like when you're doing your due diligence, I kind of went, well, look, I'm able-bodied. I've looked at the pros and cons. I've spoken to my doctor about it. And I keep seeing all of these cities in Australia going into lockdowns over and over again, and businesses are closing and people are, no longer earning money, the mental health issues. Like, I weighed up all of that stuff and I went, I'm getting it. That was the decision I made. Like, yes, there was a possibility I could have been one of those poor, unfortunate people that ended up with the rare blood clotting disorder. But I've also done enough research to know I don't want to experience the worst COVID has to offer, or what you potentially live with for the rest of your life because you didn't get it.
Or because you passed it on to somebody you love is the other thing.
And that's been especially last year when we were self-isolating, that was my biggest motivator for just being reasonable and following the directives of the government, was the guilt of giving it to somebody that you loved and losing them would kill me.
Yeah.
And not even somebody I loved, like even my elderly neighbour, if she caught it because of me, I'd never forgive myself. My life would be an absolute nightmare.
And I do think that some of it is a miscommunication with people, like going back to, you know, how there's 2 Australian families in my street, like, and we're my household's only half Australian because my husband's Kiwi. So, you know, like the people that don't speak a lot of English are very confused of what they should do and what they shouldn't do, but they're also very frightened, and they're also talking to family overseas where it's been a lot worse.
Yeah.
And you know, they don't quite understand what the heck is going on. And on that same note, you know, I mentioned that my parents are in Dubbo. There's a large, and they've had an outbreak there recently. So they're up to 100 and something cases over the last week. And there's a large Indigenous community in Dubbo, and a lot of them have refused to get the vaccine. And a lot of that is because they don't have social media. They don't have TikTok. They don't have Facebook or whatever. And so a lot of those communities are still living in a environment where social media isn't part of what they know. They don't watch a lot of news. They're not informed of what the heck's going on. And all they know is that they feel like they're being rounded up and shoved into situations that they don't know what's happening. And so a bit of communication would go a long way in those scenarios.
Yeah, and there was a fascinating article earlier this year which went through parts of the world where people haven't heard of COVID. And, you know, a lot of them are remote tribal communities, but you sort of imagine if and when word of it does filter into those spaces, and they're living a fairly primitive tribal existence, it'd be, you know, like one of their stories of the sort of monster that comes to visit you at night when you're asleep, sort of thing. So, yeah, they're not going to react to it like you're saying, because they don't have access to all of this social media and, you know, information online. When news of this thing that is killing people all over the world reaches them, it'd be terrifying.
Yeah, and a lot of the elders, as far as what Mum's been saying, you know, a lot of the elders are happy to go and get the vaccine. They got no issues with it at all. But it's the younger crew that are just like, I don't know what that is. I don't want to do it. I don't want to stay at home. I don't want to be told I can't go and swim in the river and do what I normally do on my day-to-day stuff. And I just don't think they understand the importance of it and the criticalness of it, you know?
No. Emily's driving now, so she said, Kia ora, all you Kiwis. And Michelle Marie's off to bed too. Sweet dreams. She's working tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we will talk about Afghanistan another time too, because it's a pretty hot topic as well. I'll put I did say True Helper said, I'm from the mindset that everyone should have the right to choose given their position in life. For example, if one works in a hospital system, they should be treated to better help protect patients. Look, I think there are certain things that happen on the planet where we should have the right to choose given our position in life. And I think the vaccine is no different. But you have to, with something like a global pandemic and a vaccine, be reasonable when you're making the decision. Like, there's some situations that some of these YouTubers, they sink their heels in about fucking everything. And, you know, having a fight with somebody else on YouTube and sinking your heels in is very different to considering whether or not getting a vaccination is the right choice for you. Like, they're very different things. And yeah, there are sometimes in life we are lucky to not be in a global pandemic and we can be free to choose, but sometimes decisions you make, it's for the greater good. It's not for your own personal needs. And I think in this instance, we're talking about the greater good here. I think it's something you've got to factor in with the V word. is the greater good argument, because that's the compelling argument. The people that are sort of refusing to budge, they're either hardcore conspiracy theorists who think that this disease doesn't even exist, or they're people that are saying that the vaccinations haven't been tested yet and who knows what the long-term effects will be. And there's plenty of information out there about that, and they're just choosing not to look at that. So, yeah, I think, I mean, we haven't lived through a global pandemic, most of us, before, and you do have a different mindset. Well, some people do. And my mind is the greater good, and it's what the community needs. It's not about my needs.
Yeah, and don't you reckon, Cuz, that the other mob, like there's a big mob of people that are just sucking up everything out of the social media. They're listening to all the conspiracies and all of the stuff, and then they're just sitting there confused, and they don't really know what to do because they're listening too much to too many people that don't really know what they're talking about, or are just theorizing. What if the virus, was a bloody, attack to get the population down, or what if this and what if that, and I think at the end of the day they're just sitting there thinking, well, I don't know what to do, so I'm not going to do anything.
Yep, there could be overload from the wrong sources, because the reality is you sit down with your doctor for 5 minutes and it pretty much helps you make your decision. It's not that hard. Or like you can even call the COVID hotline and get some pretty interesting information and data and statistics. It's not, it surprises me that human beings would rather listen to hours and hours of YouTubers who, when they're not talking about why they're not getting it, are calling everyone else on YouTube all kinds of things and fighting with the same people years on end. Like, why would you put any weight on their opinion about something like a vaccine? I mean, if people do their research and make a considered decision, I have no problem with that. I'm not one of those people that thinks everybody should be forced into doing this, but it's the people that have got really firm views on it that are just not based on anything factual at all that bother me. And they're using their YouTube platforms to spout this nonsense, and people are believing it.
Yeah. And I reckon, like as far as government legislation and stuff, they're taking that into consideration by saying 80% of the population needs to be vaccinated. That leaves 20% of room for people that choose not to get it for whatever reasons, or they medically can't get it, or for whatever. Yep. That's 20% of people that, it's your choice. You're either doing it or you're not doing it. They've already made room for that to happen. So nobody's saying that, nobody's going to hold you down on the floor of the doctor's surgery and jam it into you. It's not going to happen like that.
Hi, me, Jamie. Jamie's here. Me, Jamie. True Helper says one should be free of drama, be of clear conscience, and be educated about getting anything in life. Correct. And I don't believe the population control conspiracy. They would have let something far worse loose. Yeah, for sure. I used to always think that, in our lifetimes, a city would end up just being eradicated because somebody put something horrible in the water supply.
Yeah. Well, if they wanted us all dead, mate, we'd be dead, wouldn't we?
And well, the thing is too, okay, let's use some logic here. Say you're a conspiracy theorist who does think it was it was deliberately released to destroy the population of the planet. Wouldn't you be pro-vaccine if it was shown to be effective in keeping you alive? Wouldn't you be putting on your coat of armor to protect yourself against this thing that was deliberately set upon the human population to wipe it out? It doesn't make, that particular one doesn't make sense to me at all. Now, the conspiracy theorists who don't think it exists, they're another kettle of fish, and it's way too late in Australia to go down that weird road. But the people who think that it was released deliberately, if that's the case, you'd be doing whatever you possibly could to protect yourself and your family from this deliberately released virus that could wipe you out.
Well, you'd think so. That
And
sounds a bit too much logic, though, doesn't it? You know,
yeah,
common sense is just not that common, unfortunately.
correct. I'll put Duck back up because we'll get to the end of him and then probably start thinking about all of us winding this up and going off to bed together.
Well, you should take me out to dinner first, cuz, honestly.
Nah, we can't do that these days. It's all virtual, right? Anyway, we'll let him
Exactly.
finish. We'll let him finish his because I quite like the way he ends it. And people might disagree in chat, but that's why I love this channel because we can actually have lively discussions and debate without being assholes and calling each other names and, you know. So here we go.
And the thing is, let me tell you, the virus does not fucking care what you think. The virus does not care what you believe. The virus does not care that you know you're going to heaven and you're ready for your time when your time comes. Good. And then in the meantime, you're going to infect 8 or 9 other people who do care, who don't want to leave their infant son, who don't want to pass it on to their mother who's 92 or their wife who is getting cancer treatment. You're going to infect 8 or 9 other people who do care.
Wow, isn't that weird? He said 92, cuz.
Wow. 92, okay.
Yeah, interesting. But that's such a good point, isn't it? Like, the virus doesn't give a fuck what people think.
No, it really doesn't. It doesn't care about the conspiracy. It doesn't care about, you know, whether you've got reservations. It doesn't care at the end of the day.
And I like the comment that he made about, you know, what you think and then, but you're going to pass it on to 9 other people who do give a fuck and don't want to get it. Anyway, we'll keep going.
It's my life, my choice, Dr. B. Dude, drink and drive and hit another car, cause a massive pile, and use that as your defense and see what happens. We live in a land of laws, and we live in the way this world works, the way that we've grown to 7.5 billion people, is that miraculously, somehow, the greater good has prevailed, and we haven't blown ourselves up. We haven't had like mass casualties. We haven't waged endless wars. You could argue, but you understand what I'm saying. We have lived in relative peaceful harmony for the last 100 years. And we haven't killed ourselves because we live in a world of decency. And now we have an enemy that does not fucking care what you believe or what you think. We have scientists and doctors who are working, you know, endless hours to come up with a solution that you deny, that you won't take. And because you believe so strongly in this flawed logic, my body, my right, whatever. But you're going to infect 8 or 9 other people who aren't ready to go, who don't believe in your fucking God. They believe in another God. They believe in a God with an elephant head. And I'm okay with that. I let them believe that. Dr. V, that's not the real God. Who the fuck are you to say? Live your life like a decent human. How hard is it to wear a mask? Dr. V, you can't make me get that jab. Don't fucking get the jab. That's fine. At least wear a mask. At least social distance. I don't care that you want to drink. At least don't drive. At least have the decency to call an Uber. I don't care that you want to terminate a pregnancy. Just don't tell someone else that they have to. I don't care that you don't think that they should terminate a pregnancy. That you don't want to terminate your own pregnancy. Don't tell somebody else that they need to terminate that they need to not terminate theirs. Dude, really? As long as you stay along the lines of logic, it just makes real sense. I don't care that you want guns. Fine, you want guns. Just put a lock on it. Why are kids? Gun debate. Dr. V, now you're getting some hot
water. You don't want the NRMA on your back, mate. Oh, good night, Serenity B. It's nearly finished. We'll just keep going.
Oh my gosh, Dr. V. You're going against the gun people. Don't do it, Dr. V. you mentioned the right to life people, Dr. V. You're in for it. My point is, the virus does not care that you are for guns or that you're against guns. The virus doesn't care that you're for the people in blue or the people not in blue. The virus doesn't care that you believe in Black Lives Matter, or that you don't believe in Black Lives Matter, or that you believe that all lives matter. No one fucking cares. The virus does not care that you're Republican, that you're a Democrat. The virus does not fucking care. August 14th, maybe my worst COVID update ever. 186,000 cases in America alone. Hospitalizations have gone up 75%. Death rate has gone up 120%. And yet here we are. My body, my choice. Fuck you.
Wow. I love him. You sure he's not Aussie?
Something's rolling on.
Look again at hydroxychloroquine, and that's exactly
who the hell is that goose? Yeah, no, he's got a very Aussie very Aussie sense of humor, and you know, and look, at the end of the day, I mean, he's right. You know, we're all entitled to whatever we want to believe in, but this is a global pandemic, and most of us haven't lived through anything like this before, and it's not a case of just getting on with what we've done in the past, because the world has changed. And this is a situation where we're all being tested to go, actually, it's not about what I want anymore. It's about what we need as a planet and as a global community. And even just watching countries last year, I mean, what was happening in Italy, Spain, France, and it, you know, moved to New York, and to not be, and then what was going on in the UK and England in particular, like, to not be moved by that and not feel connected to the people and what they were going through. Seeing all of those beautiful people hanging out of windows singing to try and put some positivity into their cities where the virus was just decimating them. To not be moved by that and not go, you know, fuck, this is something that is unprecedented, and not, you know, go inwards a little bit and think about how you feel about things and about the planet and the community that we share. It blows my mind. Like, after last year, for people to have come out of last year just being better people and being decent, bit more decent, it blows my mind.
It's incredible. It really is incredible, and that's what I see a lot of, more than ever before, is just division. A lot of division. People are divided on all the subjects, on all the topics, you know? And it's unfortunate because this is such a beautiful opportunity. If you look at it in a way where you see it as an opportunity for change, for everybody to come together and work together as a human race. No matter what race you are, no matter how much money you've got, no matter where you live, all of those things aside, we can just come together as human beings.
I like to think that although there's division, I like to think the majority of the people on the planet are all being reasonable.
Yeah, I like optimism too, but then you see those protests there today with thousands and thousands and thousands of people, you know, only 40 minutes south of me. And I just think, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, what the actual fuck are you doing? I don't
You've got to
understand.
wonder too. No, I mean, I don't understand in the States, like with spring break last year in Florida and all these young kids that were catching it and then taking it home. And there was this sort of attitude of, well, they were old, they were going to die anyway. The thing is with Delta, it's not discriminating at all. Young people that get it and survive are facing a lifetime of really bad health, a lot of them. I mean, some of them have got heart conditions in their 20s that they're not going to recover from. There are people in their 20s that have got lungs of someone who smoked for 60 years, and that's what they've got to live with for the rest of their lives. Initially it was sort of like, do people have to actually lose someone that they love and care about for them to sit up and take this seriously? But it's got to the point now that there are parts of the world, there'd be very few people that don't know somebody who's got it or died from it or now dealing with poor health issues, and yet they're still doing whatever the fuck they want.
Which is crazy. It's just craziness. And we have been really lucky here. Like, right up until this outbreak with bloody old jiggly ass down there and stuffing it all up. Like, without that whole thing, we were on a pretty good run. We have been pretty lucky here. We really have.
Oh, look, well, I mean, I've never said we were lucky, because I think that we were actually, Australia benefited in several ways. One was it took a bit longer to get here, which meant there were other countries that were getting completely decimated. And, the first time I've ever appreciated having conservative governments is they did actually listen, and they listened to medical authorities, scientists, and all of that sort of stuff. So it wasn't actually luck. Like, Australia initially listened and paid attention and put things in place that they'd learned from other countries. Where we fucked up was with the vaccine rollout. We were once a sort of poster child for how you handle this virus when it lands on your shores, whereas now we're kind of being criticised the world over because of how badly we've dealt with the vaccine rollout.
Yeah, and ScoMo, when ScoMo first come out and said it's not a race, nobody understood it at the time. Like, what do you mean it's not a race? In the middle of a crisis and the house is on fire, aren't you racing to get the hose to put the fire out? Like, it kind of is a race.
Yeah. Yep. And the other thing is too, I think after last year, how much hardship people did go through just adjusting to all of this, whether it was people getting laid off from work, businesses closing, having to get used to homeschooling, working from home plus homeschooling your kids. After all of that, it does surprise me that so many people are being reckless now and going out and protesting and not wearing masks. And you kind of think, well, what was the whole point of, everybody last year sort of, for the most part, keeping this thing at bay? And it's kind of like, it blows my mind that people are so negligent in their actions now, when Australia's sort of potentially heading down the same road as all these countries we've been watching from afar.
Yeah, I can't believe that they're still going on about the mask thing. Like, you guys have, you haven't had to wear the mask down in Tassie, which is awesome. Like, you're doing such an awesome job down there, and your isolation is helping you and just stopping, except for that dickhead from Sydney that popped in the other week. You've all done a really good job of keeping it out of there, but we've been wearing masks up here all over town. And I'm just so used to it now. And we don't have to wear masks outside now. You only have to wear it inside. But I mean, that could change next week if we get outbreaks or whatever. Yeah. But I mean, we've been doing it for 2 years. I don't understand why it's still an issue. Just put your fucking mask on, mate. Why is that so hard for you to do? You may not like it. You may not agree with it. You may not think that it's the best thing to do. But if you could just put it on, so
Yeah.
that we can all so you can just go to the shop, get the shit you need, and get out just like everybody else. Like, why do you have to stand there arguing with the security guard? And there hasn't been a day that I've gone to the shopping centre since 2 years ago. Not one time have I been able to walk in there without some dickhead arguing with the security guard about putting a mask on.
Yeah, and
Like,
that's
just
another thing, you know, like I never thought in my lifetime we would be living in a world where you go into a shop and there are signs all over the shop encouraging you to not abuse the crap out of the people working there. Like, how sad is that? That they
exactly.
actually have to put signs up saying our servers don't deserve a serve. I mean, it's definitely brought the worst out in a lot of people, and it's brought the best out in a lot of people. And a lot of people have become better people because of this as well.
Yeah,
But I just wanted to
exactly.
say to True Helper, no, your comments don't come off coarse or harsh. And I did see your message earlier. I was only playing, I wasn't playing Dr. Vong as like the ultimate in everything. And he certainly wasn't able to cover everything. He only does like little 10-minute videos. But it was just, that was what prompted me to play it. Was there are a lot of YouTube creators at the moment who are being unbelievably vocal about why they're not getting vaccinated, and that kind of, his video kind of responded to their reasoning behind it. So yeah, no, it's only a tiny speck of the discussion for sure. We'd definitely be keen to have you up on the panel sometime down the track too, unless this channel gets shut down because I dared to discuss this and we didn't call it the, I don't know why. I'd love to know if anyone in chat knows, why are YouTubers saying the C word, the V word, the D word?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, some channels are really paranoid about it, and maybe they're just on the YouTube radar, you know, of somebody that talks about conspiracy theories and things like that. But you know, normally we're just hanging out on the beach and looking at seagulls and talking shit about dickhead YouTubers.
Exactly. I know. We don't normally do heavy topics, especially at like midnight.
Yeah.
which it nearly is. But it's good to have these conversations, you know. And look, I would have loved it if somebody had come in and said why they've chosen to not get vaccinated, and if they had a good reason, you know, like for it, other than not doing their due diligence and then making a decision about it. It says, Scout says, even Discord is on the YouTube list too. I mean, look, YouTube's bizarre. It's not as bad as Facebook, though. Facebook, we won't even go down that road. But my group on Facebook, the things that Facebook censors and won't allow, and then things that we get penalised for allowing, it's very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. But look, maybe we've been living on the edge tonight. I don't think my, you know, channel with 12 people watching is going to be on YouTube's radar, but you never know. I don't think we did anything. I think we've been more responsible in this discussion than the very reason we started talking about it, which is all these YouTubers who are being highly irresponsible. Maybe that's why they're doing it. Maybe that's exactly why they're doing it, because they are being irresponsible and they don't want to say that word.
Well, maybe. Like, the thing is that you want to be able to see all sides of it, you know, and it would have been good to see somebody come in and say, well, I'm not having the vaccine and this is the reason why I'm not having it, so that you can discuss it. But like, it's all a discussion. At the end of the day, everybody's going to do what the hell they want to do, regardless of what we say. You know, like, you've got free will. You have that discussion with your doctor. You make the decision for yourself of what you're going to do, just like everybody else, you know. And maybe it's the thing that YouTubers are just coming out and saying, oh my God, you just can't have it, and it's evil, and it's this big conspiracy, and just going down one train of thought. That's what they have the problem with, rather than saying, well, we're just thinking this, and there's lots of different aspects to it, and what do you reckon?
Yeah, and I think that's why, you know, YouTube's got an opportunity here, like all social media platforms, to have lots of different channels talking from different perspectives and different angles, you know, like because part of the problem is that the misinformation that gets spread around, and I'm not just talking about vaccinations, but you know, this whole fake news thing and everything else. Like they've, in some instances, they almost social media platforms almost silence one side. I mean, not even fake news, but sometimes when there's a hot topic and someone's taking the less popular view, that weirdly often gets more airtime than the people that are just having a reasonable conversation about it. It's kind of an opportunity for these platforms to let everyone talk, and at the end of the day, it's up to everyone what they choose for themselves. But you know, we've really just come from the do your due diligence, and I respect anyone who does their due diligence and then makes a decision that's right for them. But the people that are very steadfast in their views about it and they haven't done any due diligence, any research, and they're speaking bullshit to 500 or 600 or 700 people at a time, they're dangerous.
It is dangerous. You know, if you've seen it yourself, you've got 1,000 people in chat and it's all Chinese whispers, and you've got somebody just going off and they're in a anger state and they're just saying all of these things out of anger, or they're just saying it out of, you know, being encouraged because you've got so many people in chat saying, yeah, that's right, and she's an asshole and blah blah, you know, like it. And I think they just get into a headspace, you know, and maybe perhaps, I hope, after they've done that, they look back on it and think, oh shit, I probably shouldn't have said that. But that usually is what happens, isn't it? Like, we've been around for 3 years and we've seen a lot of, you know, a lot of dickheads get up there and say a lot of different stuff, you know, so random, out of the box stuff, like throughout that whole bloody Chris Watts thing, and then all the drama between the creators and all the stuff, you know, like, you got to consider the source, haven't you? So
you do. Speaking of dickheads, Mel just posted a link in chat and I was curious. I'm like, what's she posting? Because Scout Inquirer is amazing and puts the links to all my other channels and everything else. And I clicked on it and she bloody rickrolled chat.
She's a shit for that, Mel. I've seen her do that a couple of times. She's a shit for it.
True Helper says, through, from, and by civil discourse and conversation helps so many people to consider all sides of every argument, or at least it should be, in my opinion. These acts of sharing is truly awesome. Yep. That's how we approach things here on our channel, like this little community where we don't tackle heavy topics all the time, but whatever we are talking about, we're always open to all points of view, and we don't resort to name calling. I'm more than happy for people to come in here with opposing opinions, because I know this community is open to intelligent, lively discourse, you know, and I've learned so much from having this little channel, but also even back to when we first met Cousin, the whole Chris Watts thing and all the different people that you're exposed to now all over the world. You learn so much on this platform. But the channels that just can't have a good old chat without ripping each other to shreds, why they get the numbers they get, I'll never understand that. And why channels that are using this platform, I think, for what it was intended for, will never be big channels. It kind of blows my mind, really.
Yeah, it's incredible. And actually, it's a bit of deja vu, isn't it? Because I've seen a clip, I think it was yesterday or the day before, of two creators going at each other that were literally going at each other 3 years ago. And I know they had a big break in between, and now they're at each other again. And I just think, oh my God, like, honestly, I would rather scratch my eyeballs out than having to listen to this shit. Like, it was bad enough hearing it the first time. And now, 3 years later, you're still going on about how much you hate each other. Like, we got it. We got it, mate. You don't need to go on and on about it.
No, but the weird thing is there are people rolling up every day 3 years on to listen to the same shit. That's what blows my mind. I don't understand why people don't tire of it and just go, actually, I can do better things with my time. I don't need to listen to this. Like, don't get me wrong, I've always loved a good train wreck on YouTube, but I haven't actually seen a good train wreck for ages. Like,
No.
those channels have just all resorted to just being really bitchy and horrible about each other. But
Yeah.
those days where people used to get a bit pissed and, you know, have a few too many bevies and then they'd fucking let it rip, or someone would just have a, you know, total bloody flip out. I used to like that, but I don't like this just bitching for the sake of it. And the way they're so mean. Hang on, what does True Helper says? I was told to not like you all, so kiss my booty, I'm out.
Oh.
Yeah, because we're too nice for YouTube. But I like it. I like having a little platform that's got a nice group, a nice bunch of people. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. Like if we're walking on the beach and continuing the love story of Bazza the Seagull, or, you know, whether we're just driving along or I'm taking you to see things that are never there. I can't believe I took everyone to see the snow the other day and we turned the corner when Hobart came into view and the mountain was covered in cloud. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
You did redeem yourself, though. You put the photo up in the community post and it was like, yep, there it is. She was telling porcupines.
I did a redemption live the next morning too, and we did get to see it. But yes, my Piss Week tours, I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
I took everyone to see the Big Orange in South Australia and it was closed down, like Wally World. I took everyone out to Bonnarong to see the Wombat.
Yeah.
No fucking wombat. And then here we go. Wait till you see the mountain. It's covered in snow. It looks amazing. And there it was. Fuck, I couldn't believe we turned the corner and it was completely shrouded in cloud. I was like, but you know, like I do like that. We always have a good time. Even when we talk about something contentious like the V word.
Yeah.
I've still had a good night.
It really is awesome, though, cuz you've got an awesome little channel here and it's, you know, it's so different to everywhere else. And, like, I don't think I'm subscribed to anybody that I was subscribed to 3 years ago. Not one person except you. Because I just can't handle, the constant bullshit of all of it has always, you know, and there's no content. That's the problem. Like, you will take us out to the farmers markets or you'll take us to the beach, or even if you're just driving into work and having a chat, there's more content in that than somebody, you know, one of the drama channels that have had a channel for 4 years and have just talked about the same person and how much they hate that person for 4 years. You know, like they don't do anything else. They don't even put themselves on camera ever. And so you don't even know, you know, if what they're saying of who they are is a real person, you know? And so every now and then I pop my head in when some drama unfolds, you know, like when the Diane shit went down or whatever. And it gets old. Within a week, you're kind of like, okay, well, Diane ripped every bastard off and then bailed. And then that's the end of it, isn't it? You know, a week later, how many times do you want to say the same thing?
Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, I've called it the Groundhog Days of our lives since discovering YouTube. I think we'd all been on YouTube for about 5 days when we realized it was Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's, you know, look, with the camming up thing, I mean, I'm comfortable camming up. It doesn't bother me, but I kind of do get why a lot of American creators don't do it because of all the doxing and swatting, and people will spot something in the background in their room and work out where they live. And I can understand why people are paranoid and don't show their faces anymore. But it also, I find it, you know, like I generally like watching. I mean, I haven't cammed up tonight because I'm in my pajamas and I couldn't be fucked putting my camera on. But And normally I don't care. I've gone live without makeup on many a time, but this was a late night thing. I'm like, fucking, I'm doing the avatar. But, you know, I can kind of get why a lot of channels don't want to show their face, but I tend to gravitate towards channels where people do have their cameras on. They're not in the communities we met in. They're, you know, I've gone off and found other places to hang out, but nearly everyone I watch, in fact, everyone I watch, cams up. It's just that community, because they're so nasty, and it's all about bitching and ripping each other to shreds and just going over and over and over and over again, the same people being targeted by them. They're all the ones that won't cam up. And I mean, it's not just, I guess, fear of being swatted or doxxed, but also, do you want people to see your face when you're sitting there bitching about someone?
Well, yeah, they come in slinging so much mud at each other that, you know, they're the ones that are saying about how people look and what their hair looks like and what kind of house they live in and blah, blah, blah. You know, so if they turn their camera on, they know that that's what they're going to get. They're going to get the same treatment, aren't they? Because that's what they're going on about.
Mel says some might have a rude head.
They probably do have a rude head.
You don't know me, Sid. You've gone live in a friggin' thong, as in like a G-string, the one that Mel sent me that I put on over my pantaloons. Oh, God, yeah, I like embarrassing the crap out of myself. I don't mind doing it at all. But, I mean, in Australia, like, the doxing, swatting sort of stuff just doesn't happen. It's just not a thing.
No, I mean, mate, I don't even have a troll account. Every bastard has a troll account. I would actually have to, like, go to my laptop, open it, make a new email and make a new word, you know, to call a channel something. Like, that's a lot of pressure, man. I don't want to have to do all those things. Like, I just can't be arsed. And if I was going to say anything to anybody, I'd just say it.
Well, look, as an OG cooter, I don't have a problem with people having troll accounts, because if they're fun for fun, which the cooters were.
Yeah, well, just like have the troll account to be fun, that's one thing. But to have a troll account just to be a prick, to go in and just say awful things to people that you would never say to their face. You know, like, how many accounts do some of them have? They've got like 70, 80 accounts where they can just go in and say awful things and get blocked and say more awful things.
I know, weird. It's that is very weird, especially for, like, I mean, I agree with you. I don't know how people have the time for that. Like, can you imagine, you know, you're in your 50s or your 40s and you spend all day just creating troll accounts? It blows my mind, you know. But I think the people that do that don't have much of a life outside of YouTube.
I do feel sorry for him. Like, there is a part of me that feels sad for him, because, you know, you don't know the situation that they're in. If they're literally stuck at home, I do think it's revved up in the COVID times where people are in lockdowns and stuff. You know, it definitely revved up from what it was 3 years ago. But there is a part of me that feels sorry for some of them, because I think, like, if that's all you've got, you've literally, that's it. Like, that's going to be your interaction for the day, is being on YouTube and being an icon on different panels or just a person in chat. And that's it. Like, there's no other human interaction that you have. Like, there is a part of me that feels sorry for them.
Well, but see, I don't, because they're on YouTube, which is the place to go to learn how to do a shitload of things. Like, if YouTube is their life and they haven't explored it outside of their little bitch channels, I don't feel sorry for them at all. You can type in, how do I fix anything or how do I make anything? And there's hundreds of videos. There's all these amazing live concerts of your favorite musicians that you can pop on when you're doing the housework. Like, it, you know, if their lives are on YouTube and they're not exploring it, I don't feel sorry for them at all. There's more information and knowledge and how-to things on here than most social media platforms, and they're living on it, and they don't even go for a little explore.
Yeah,
They're,
I'm
they're
hearing you.
fucking idiots. A lot
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I mean, there is a part of me that does feel sad for them, that they feel like that's all they've got, and then there's another part of me that just thinks, well, don't be a dickhead. You know, if that's all you've got, then hang on to it and be pleasant to people, and as you say, go around to different communities and find other places. You know, like when that Diane thing blew up, there was like little old ladies crying about it. They were so sad that they didn't have anywhere to go. They were like essentially homeless, that they had nowhere to go now because that channel had. And I just think, fuck, that's sad, man. Like how fucked up is that? That one channel goes down and now you literally got tears.
Well, I mean,
You know?
look, I'll always feel sad for a little old lady who's essentially homeless in the virtual world they live in, but Diane's channel wasn't the pinnacle of peace, love, and happiness. Like, it was a pretty sinister, toxic, nasty channel.
Well, yeah, to me,
there wasn't a lot of love on there.
No, to me, and probably to you, it was a shithole. Like, I wouldn't have gone in there if my
Horrible.
life depended on it.
No.
Because it was just, you know, people ripping each other to shreds, and like, that's not my jam. That if I hear people yelling or anything, I just turn it off. I just can't be asked with it. But for her, I guess, you know, yeah, I guess for her it was a whole different thing, wasn't it? And maybe she started with that channel when it wasn't a shithole. You know, maybe she started it where it was a nice little community like you've got going on here. And then as time went on, it blew into this shit show.
I don't know. Because they didn't strike me as particularly pleasant personalities. I mean, I don't think their personalities changed. Do you know what I mean? Like, they weren't endearing. The only time that channel was worth watching was when somebody went up on panel who didn't like them and told them.
Yeah.
I noticed there was a bit of fun going on in chat before between Mel and True Helper about who had the uglier head, which was quite interesting. And yeah, Mel makes a really good point. They never got all the info before going nuts. No, they didn't. And even when people tried to bring evidence to them, they weren't interested. That channel was fucked. I mean, the start of Diane's channel with that terrible audio of the Ladies' Night song and all these people pouring in doing dancing emojis. The first time I saw it, I was like, wow. And then Wendy would be up there going, I see you all dancing. And I'm like, no, you see dancing emojis, you dumb fuck. Like, it just just the start of it was like, and I'd be watching all these people pouring in going, who are these two chicks? They must be all right. They're pulling a bit of a crowd. And then they'd start talking, and Wendy'd be ripping someone to shreds before the music had finished. And Diane sounded about 107, and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I'm with you. 100% I'm with you. I guess other people must have seen it differently, but I'm 100% with you. I've got a voices thing too. You know, like I've got a weird voices thing where I can't listen to certain voices.
Oh, God, yeah, I'm the same. There's some voices that really great. I can't listen to Critical K.
Yep. I can't listen to the Makeup Mobster. Never have been, ever. I've never, ever listened to anything, even if it's on a clip channel. And it's not personal. She might be the loveliest human on the planet. It's not personal. I've got a weird voice thing. You know?
There's a bit of confessionalism going on here. We've got You Don't Know Me. She can't do Laura anymore. Too much, too often, and always doubling down. Yeah, I used to find when I first came to YouTube, I didn't necessarily watch people that I liked. I just watched people that I found entertaining. And I used to find her entertaining because she was this larger than life kind of over the top, are you for real sort of person. and then she went down the nasty road as well. But yeah, that channel would just be Groundhog Day now. I mean, I don't get sad when a creator hasn't evolved or hasn't grown. I just don't watch them anymore. Another one that flips my tit, I can't stand Steph. Her voice does my head in, and her laugh, but she sounds like I think it was the original National Lampoon, the original Griswolds, the Audrey, the original one was the blonde Audrey. The second Audrey, who was kind of a little bit chubby with brown hair, and I can't remember which vacation it was, but she had to leave her boyfriend behind and she sulked the whole time. Her voice do you remember who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I don't know the Steph person very well. I just know that she ripped off the Australian voice.
Oh, really bad.
Really bad. Like, what the fuck was that, man? Do I sound like that?
I know it was. I mean, I actually made fun of it, and she commented in my in one of my comments about it, and then I said something like, "Well, actually, I think she tried to apologize. I was like, I don't give a fuck, but you might want to apologize to Blue Topaz because you called her an Australian, because Blue Topaz is always like, I'm fucking Kiwi."
Yeah.
Not that Blue Topaz was upset about it, and then she said, "Oh, I'll make sure that I apologize to her." And I was thinking, far out, the stuff that you do and say on YouTube, and you're worried about me. Look, I'm going to share the screen so you can all see the Audrey I'm talking about. But yeah, this kid's voice irritated me, partly because she was a whiny little twit in the movie. That one.
Does she cam up? Does the Steph chick, does she cam up?
Yeah, she does.
Okay. Yeah, right.
So like Juliette Lewis, I think, was the original Audrey. But the one in the picture on the right, I can't seem to make it expand. How do I? Oh, Google Lens. What the frick is that? But this chick, it won't let me highlight her. This one. Steph sounds exactly like her.
Wow.
And since we're talking about voices, has anyone else? I'm going back up. Not a fan of Wendy. Then no, not really. Although I actually liked Wendy briefly when she got into a whole lot of shit for calling her baby a motherfucker. I actually liked her then, because it was. It was the only time she was real. Like, I like it when you hear natural laughing. Like Laura, when Phoenix ran out to get the bins and her bra was caught on his shorts and she cracked up laughing, like it was just natural laughter. They're the moments that I find endearing, but they're few and far between. And I'll be damned if I'm sitting through 6 hours of some live for one of those little moments. But no, I always found Wendy really condescending, and I also thought she had such double standards. Like everything she criticized other people for, she was doing while she was criticizing them. Not my fave, no. But, you don't know if what you're seeing. I mean, I hope that what we see on YouTube isn't the totality of human beings when they're not on YouTube. I hope there's kind of a bit of character stuff going on, but...
Yeah, I've often wondered that too, like how much of it is just a persona for YouTube and how much of it is a genuine. I mean, you can spot a genuine person straight up. If somebody just gets up and says what they think and just it all comes naturally. I don't know, like I would hope that a lot of the drama community mob, I hope that they're not like that in their real life. Yeah.
Well, I reckon they probably are, which is why they end up on YouTube all the time, because there's no one in their real life who wants to spend any time with them.
Because, like, literally they'd be walking down the street and going, oh, my God, look at your hair. You're such a mess. You're such an arsehole. You're stupid. You're a dickhead. You're a bitch. you're an old hag, you're all of these things. Like, who does that? Who would do that in real
Well,
life and just who?
you can't without getting your head punched in. I mean,
Well,
if they are genuinely like that off YouTube as well, that's why they're on YouTube all the time, because there's no one in the real world that wants to be around them. I mean, to me, a lot of those girls, if I knew them in the real world, I'd cross the road to avoid speaking to them for sure. If that's what they're like. Mel says Diane's voice was like nails down a chalkboard. Ruth, I think Ruth was saying I was fascinated by her, then got nasty, then she got nasty. I'm not sure who that's in reference to. Mel, I'm also not a fan of those who pretend they're so upper class but can't afford microwave popcorn. What is that? What is that? They're all being very tactful. See, I had a couple of Hartleys made of me and I was so excited. And then when her channel she got into trouble for using claymations, she's just been re-uploading, and I've noticed that mine didn't go back up. And I think it's because they think I'm on the other side, but I'm not. I just go wherever the laughs are. Like, I don't mind laughing at somebody when they're just so over the top ridiculous, even if they are being a bit of a twerp. Of course, I'm going to enjoy listening to that stuff because I like laughing at people just being fuckwits, really. But I don't have a particular, there's no side that I would belong to. I don't really watch any of them now. There's still a few clip channels that I pick up. I only watch stuff on clip channels if it's about people I know too. Like, a lot of the time they talk about people I don't know. And there's a whole lot of new names that are now being thrown out there. I don't want to get to know them.
Yeah, I've seen that in clip channels too, where it's just like, I don't even know who the hell any of these people are. So you're not invested in it, not that I'm invested in the other stuff either, but you just think, I don't know who these people are and I don't have the time, to worry about it.
The Fluffy Audrey, the British pirate.
I don't know that one.
True Helper, I agree with you about likes and dislikes here on social media. Some voices drive me nuts, especially when they have that naturally annoying voice and are doing dirty things. I know. Isn't that interesting? Like, sometimes you'll tolerate. See, I think my voice is horrible, so I'm amazed anyone even listens to me for 5 minutes. But when somebody's got a really annoying voice and then on top of that they're also a piece of shit, it makes them even worse. I'm trying to think of someone that has a kind of annoying voice, but they're worth listening to because they have good
that investigator guy. I don't know what his name is, but he's been doing. I watched a bit of the what's the name? The Summer Wells. And there's that guy that sounds like the guy out of South Park. His voice is pretty annoying, but he's got some good stuff. Like the okay guy. He's like, okay.
I don't know who that is.
Joey's still there. She'd know who I'm talking about. I think his name's Chris something.
Oh, okay. Aussie Trisha says Chasing Truth is the most real YouTuber I've found. She's hilarious. Oh, well, you can someone block Aussie Trisha. She's the most real YouTuber I've found. She's hilarious as well. Ouch. Ouch. No votes for us, Aussie as fuck there.
Block them all.
You don't know me. I stay in the bushes over in Dramaland and still manage to get blocked by some of the ponies. Oh, look, Aussie Trisha, come on. Now she's saying Hartley's done some beauties of Chasing. We know, Aussie Trisha, you're in love with Chasing Truth.
She is pretty awesome.
I have a good voice. Aussie Trisha says I have a posh voice. AB, Mel says. Is that who you're talking about, Aussie? AB?
No, there's another guy, like an investigation guy. He's
right. You don't know me. Chris from the interview room. He has a whistle.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. And he says okay all the time. And he sounds like, the teacher off the South Park that wears the glasses. And he's like, okay. He says that all the time, and it reminds me so much of him. He's got an annoying voice, but he does come out with some good information. So
yeah, Mel's put, don't say shit, say crap instead. Okay.
okay. Crap. Have I been saying shit instead of crap?
Rosie Trisha has redeemed herself. She said, I meant from America. Fair enough.
You,
okay,
Trisha.
fair enough. You don't know me, Tori. Your voice is very pleasant. Oh, thank you. Mel, Miss McKay, Mr. Mackey, and then you don't know me says McKay.
Yeah, that guy, the South Park guy. That's what he sounds like.
I don't want to put it on because I'll get struck.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think. There's got to be some more. Like, okay, Molly Golightly. I don't think she's a caricature. I reckon that's what she's like in real life.
I reckon she is too. I reckon if she was, down at the pub with us having a beer, she'd be there with the tits out, and that's how Molly is. Like you either take it or leave it.
She's certainly. I mean, she was one of the first channels that I discovered because I just typed in Chris Watts and she was talking about it.
Yeah, she's an entertainer. A lot of people don't like her. I don't put too much thought in whether I like people or not. Like sometimes I listen because they might be talking about something I like. Sometimes I just can't be asked. Yeah, it's an entertaining thing.
And people don't realize that when they're watching a TV show, there's always a protagonist, there's always a villain, there's always a hero. And every single person is important to the plot. Like, when I was doing breakfast radio, people would ring us up and say that they hated our guts. And our program director said to us one day, don't ever get affected by the people who say they love you or the people who say they hate you. It's the people that don't have an opinion about you that you need to be focusing on and trying to attract. Because, if you evoke love or hatred, you're actually hitting the mark. It's the people that don't have an opinion either way that you've got to worry about.
Yeah, and that's pretty much how I look at YouTube. Like I don't know these people. They're on the other side of the planet, most of them. Like, what the fuck do I know? Who am I to say whether like if I don't feel like listening, I don't listen. And then sometimes I do feel like listening. And usually I'm cleaning the toilet or I'm vacuuming or I'm doing something.
I'm not going to say who it is, but there is a creator who fucking does my head in so much that I actually put him on when I'm cleaning the toilet, and it makes me, I clean the bathroom in like record time if I put him on, because he just makes me get so fired up. The speed with which I wield that toilet brush is unbelievable. But, people like Molly back in the day, when I first discovered YouTube, I was mesmerized by how batshit insane she was and the meltdowns that she used to have. But she's not, to me, I've got no desire to watch her now. Like, she's not, I guess to me it's kind of like she's a gimmick. And once you've seen the gimmick, and, once they all start, I feel bad because we're now talking about all these different creators, but, I don't think it's going to become a habit on this channel. But, once they all head down that kind of drama road and start to say really nasty things about other people on YouTube, I just go, oh, fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a real shame because some of the YouTubers that I found 3 years ago, I've had to unsub. Because I just can't, man. Like, you're still going on about how much you hate that person, and that's not why I started listening to you.
No, and they haven't evolved either. In fact, a lot of them have devolved, and there are some creators that I used to watch, and now they end up on a clip channel. I'm like, how the fuck did I even find that? Not even that I had to like them, but why did I even at one point in time think they were an okay human being? Like, sometimes, I don't know if you feel the same way, but, like a clip channel will put something up and it's like, fuck, I used to be a subscriber to that channel. Like, what
Yeah.
was I on, or have they changed, or yeah, it's weird.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that they, you know, for me, from my perspective, and there was one creator that I really, really liked, and he was always awesome, and he always came out with some really cool stuff. And then, you know, I don't know, he just started raving on about a person that was known, you know, that they don't like. And now, you know, in the last couple of weeks, all I've seen is clip channels of this same person going on and saying some pretty gross stuff, you know, like, I don't even want to say it, but like just gross stuff about a person. And I just think, what the fuck? You know, like, has that person changed? Or was I just, you know, not hearing how they really were in the beginning? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I question myself exactly the same way. But then I think, no, initially we came to YouTube and there were all these different characters and personalities, and some of them would make you laugh, or some of them you'd be like, this is great train wreck, and that's why you'd subscribe to them. And if they went live, it used to be a bit of a rush because you'd be like, oh, I'm about to have a good laugh, or I'm going to see a really good train wreck and have a laugh. But I think a lot of them, because they have gone down that road of just ripping other people to shreds. I don't think we were initially attracted to them for that reason at all. Like, I do think they've changed. I think a lot of them are very addicted to being on YouTube. I think a lot of them, their egos grow very quickly, especially if their channel grows very quickly and they get monetized. I've seen people that, you know, used to be kind of just doing their own original content just turn into absolute pricks once their channel started to grow. But yeah, I think that at the start it was kind of like, fuck, what's this? This is YouTube, and these people are going live, and, you know, they're sitting in their living room and chatting about a case that we're following or whatever. There was a lot of intrigue.
And interaction was the other thing for me too. Like, you got to be able to actually interact. And they'd read the chat and they'd read your comments, and you felt like you were having a conversation with them, which was the other part of it, you know?
And that, to be honest, is one of the reasons early on I did like Laura, because she taught me more than any other YouTuber has in how to engage with her chat. Like, you know, irrespective of where she's gone now and what she's doing now, back when we discovered YouTube, she was one of the few people who really engaged with her chat and acknowledged chat, and, you know, had knew what people were up to, and would, you know, if someone had come into the chat and she'd say, oh, you know, are you feeling better, or how's the new puppy, or like, I did learn a lot from her in terms of how to engage with your audience. But I think when memberships came in, it sort of shifted a lot of channels, because there's definite tiers of, you know, membership now. Well, not membership, but being a subscriber. Like, if you're a Patreon, you're kind of super important, and if you're a member, you're important. And pardon me, I think it really did change a lot of the channels as well.
Yeah, I reckon that's how it gets out of control pretty quickly, isn't it? You know, like, because then people are paying money, and we all know as soon as money gets involved, everything goes to the shit. But, you know, the Patreons will make a comment in chat, and then if they're not seen or they're not heard, they get the shits. So then the creator realizes that they have to, you know, have a certain amount of engagement with those people, and the other 100 people in that chat are pretty much ignored because they're not a member, or they're not, you know, on the Patreon list, which kind of stuffed things up a fair bit, because none of that stuff was a thing when we first started listening 3 years ago. You know, like, everybody was on the same playing field, so there was no tiers.
It did depend on the channel, though, because there were a lot of creators who, I mean, I modded for one, who rarely engaged with chat and was actually quite rude to chat. There weren't a lot of creators that really did engage with their chat and acknowledge their chat, and there's still a lot that don't.
Yeah,
You know,
I hardly ever chatted in Jay's chat for that same reason. I didn't want to get my head bitten off, was one of them.
I was trying to be discreet, but yes, that's the exact channel I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I used to be horrified by that, you know, and I mean, her mods, including me at the time, we all went out of our way to greet everybody. But yeah, it did surprise me. And so, you know, I mean, Laura now, where she's gone, is not my cup of tea at all. But back then, she was one of the few creators that was, and she still is, someone who engages with her chat better than most. And I think that's kind of crucial if you're going to be going live and you've got subscribers, that you build relationships with them and acknowledge them. And there's a lot of other creators that do it now too. But back then, she really stood out as one of the few who did it.
Yeah.
You know, like
and
Gray Hughes would engage with his chat to basically, you know, put people down. The people
call you an
he
idiot.
the people he engaged with in his chat, other than his mods, were the people that he wanted to call an idiot.
Yeah.
He called me an idiot, and he used to put me to sleep. I mean, I've got to say that I don't watch Mummy Ramblings either, but have you seen the little clips that some people took of her driving somewhere?
Yeah, cuz, did you see that? Man, holy snap and duck shit. Have you ever seen a person lose their shit while they're driving like that before? Wow.
No, she's fucking, oh my God. That was absolute. Yeah, I mean, she's not a personality that I'm attracted to anyway, but in that car and the way she was screaming at Jimmy, and then she's like, what is that woman doing over there? She's waving her arm, and I was like, this woman's paranoid.
Yeah, I'd never seen anything like that before in my life. I've seen it on a clip channel somewhere. Might have been Wendy V's or something. But yeah, oh my gosh, that was so weird. And how strung out she was, and
I know.
freaked out about being there, and paranoid about the people around her, and I don't know where I'm going, and oh my Lord.
You know, Jimmy, I can't go straight ahead. And we're all sitting there looking at her windscreen at a road straight ahead going, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I know, it was, I just thought, holy fuck. And then I think she's just like that all the time, because when the video when Jimmy falls down the stairs, her reaction to that is like, I thought something was going to fall on my head, not, oh my God, are you okay? Like she's on edge. And this, you know, this, I mean, obviously she's lost a son, which is horrible, but there were things that she reacted to like that before that happened.
Yeah, right. I haven't seen her much at all, like in any way, shape or form, but I did see that clip. And the only other thing that I know of her is that she does true crime, and she was fairly placid in some of the very rare clips that I would have seen in the past of her. She was just, you know, sitting at the desk and talking to people in chat about a crime case. So when I seen that clip, I was like, holy shit, like that just come out of nowhere for me.
Well, I mean, I kind of she used to be one of the few channels that would go live when every other channel in the US had sort of wrapped up for the night, she'd be live. And if I was kind of bouncing around just trying to put something on, and I don't know, I'm kind of fascinated by people that are nothing like people in my real world. And I used to, when we were back in Jay's channel, you know, I can't remember who made the comment, but, you know, with her makeup sort of said, oh, she looks like Alice Cooper. And but then, you know, like, I don't know, when she's got a panel of women and they're all opening those little plastic balls that have got miniature shopping things in them and they're all getting excited about it. I don't know why, but because there's no one in my life like that. I don't have any friends. Like I saw her cooking food one day on like this tiny miniature little hot platey thing that you'd probably find in a dollhouse, and I couldn't believe she was cooking on it. And they're all like loving it. I was like, who are these random units? So I don't know. I'm kind of sometimes I do watch channels that are just so removed from the people I hang out with because I can't believe, well, it's not that I can't believe they exist. I mean, the planet's full of all types, right? But aren't you sometimes fascinated by the things that are just so far removed from your own world that you can't almost believe that they exist?
Well, I think that's why I started watching Molly in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, like that's what Molly is to me. Like I don't have anybody in my real life that's like Molly. Like she's a totally different person. So when I started watching YouTube, and I mean, you know, she pops onto the screen. So like when I came into YouTube, I started modding for Jules the Thought. That's how I came into it. And I like Jules because she looks at the psychology behind it. You know, a lot of other channels that you listen to for crime shows are about, you know, the facts. You know, he went in and he stabbed her, and this is what the autopsy report says, and blah blah blah. Which is all, you know, you've got to hear that side of it. But I do like to hear why people do the things they do and what their thought process behind it is. And Jules really breaks that down. And I can listen to Jules for hours.
Jules came into one of my lives one night, and you know, when I was doing briefly, I had that fuck apron, and it would have all the different, you know, fuck beard, fuck smashed aloe, and one day I did fuck hoodies, and just to try and find a true crime connection, I always would find a little case, and I found a case where a hoodie was sort of central to. It kind of became the symbol of this kid, but I wasn't doing like an accurate account of this particular crime. I was just talking on the hoodie part of it. But yeah, she came in and berated me about that. But I mean, I don't mind Jules of Thought. Well, I don't know. I probably listened to her a while ago, but I don't know why she always sitting on her bed. That bugs me.
Does it? Yeah, I know. That doesn't bother me too much. Like that kind of stuff doesn't really, I don't know, it just doesn't bother me. Like Molly's always sitting at her desk. So I don't know, I just look at it like that kind of thing.
Well, the only other bed-bound YouTuber that was quite the spectacle was Analyzer.
Anal. Poor old Anal. Eh?
There's a bit of other chit-chat about, I mean, my channel will probably be fucked after this live, but anyway.
Take it down, cuz. Take it off.
Oh no, I'm
so
leaving
you don't
it
get
up.
into trouble.
I don't care. I mean, what are we going to get into trouble for? The V word, or talking about some YouTubers and having a bit of a chuckle? I mean, I'm not people's cups of tea either. I don't mind if people go live and say I sound like a whiny brat. Doesn't bother me. What's True Helper says, I blame those crap talking and threatening channels for sowing that kind of worry in you. That's why I got into the clapback community, mostly BX Beast Boy. Well, he's polarizing, BX Beast Boy. Some people love him, some people don't.
I don't know that one. I don't know any of those mob. And is that part of the RDA crew? Are they all the same people? Or
no, BX Beast Boy sort of does reaction videos, really. I don't mind him. He's they all kind of have a gimmick that gets a bit tiring after a while. But I didn't mind him, but I mentioned it to a friend of mine who I met on YouTube, and she can't stand him. You know, like, people are polarizing, but he talks about all that sort of other creators in that scene that we all met in, that we've all kind of moved on from. So it's not really that interesting to me unless he's having a go at somebody that I think is an absolute twerp, and then I'll listen. The guy that makes me clean my bathroom really quickly, BX Beast Boy, doesn't like him at all. So I do enjoy listening to him talking about him, but
yeah.
Oh yeah, see, Aussie Trisha, BX scares her, see?
Okay. I don't know that one. I haven't heard him before. But like when it comes down to like talking about you know, the other creators that we all started watching when we first come in, like I've heard it all before, and like, if you're going to bring up like when Molly got arrested or when this happened or that happened, like who gives a shit? Like I guess it may be interesting for people that have never heard it before and they've only just found the channels and now they're all like, oh my God, Molly got arrested.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the downside of YouTube is that once you've lived it the first time over, when new channels are discovering stuff, that's a big yawn as well, and they never ever get it right ever. I think Mel mentioned ages ago, people saying stuff in chat that isn't accurate, and people just believe it. And the same with people on panel. That's why some of these newbies that come along, they need to do a bit of research first, because it's really frustrating to hear them ranting about somebody and it's based on something that's factually incorrect. That really annoys me. It's like, do your homework first. Like, if you do your homework and you can talk about it and you know the facts and it pissed you off that you want to go live and talk about it, well, that's fine. But to just hear it from somebody else and not do your own due diligence.
Yeah, especially if they're going to come in swinging. Like if they're going to come in swinging with all the opinions about how they're also wrong, and at least know the story first.
Now, people have also pointing out some other things that bug them. Barking dogs in a live stream, mute your damn mic, please. Well, while we're on that, I can't stand it when there's a panel and there's somebody on the panel who's rustling a bag of chips and eating, and there's like crackling with their mic, and it just goes on and on and on. Or somebody who's got really bad feedback, or they're roboting and people tell them and they just keep talking. Like, you can, as a panel, like I could mute Aussie right now if there was background noise, but I can't stand that. And people that are just constantly all talking over the top of each other, like, you've got 4 people on a panel, but there are 3 of them that are just all speaking at the same time. I'm like, that flips my tit. And I noticed,
I can't do that panel thing. Like when there's 10 people on panel and they're all talking over the top of each other and they're all yelling as well.
Yeah.
Like that just triggers the shit out of me. I can't listen to that.
Some people just think that they have all the important things to say and they don't just wait their turn. You end up not really hearing or understanding much of it because there's just so many people competing to be heard. Aussie Trisha doesn't like people sniffing loudly. Yeah, that's gross. But yeah, I can't handle the sort of constant crackling and the just the background noises and the panel, whoever's running the panel, it doesn't bother them and they just let it go. It's like, can you not? Like, I remember the first time I went up on Jay's panel, I made sure like the house was really quiet. I sat really still. I didn't fidget at all. I didn't like get food and like I was so well behaved. But I think that goes back to me doing breakfast radio. Like, we had to be still in the studio. You can't be rustling papers and making all this noise because people will switch stations. Like, it's horrible hearing all that kind of noise, but it blows my mind that people do that they go up onto a panel and then they're, you can hear banging and crashing and this shit going on in the background, and the people that wear the little earbuds that have got the microphone on the cord and it's always like brushing up against their clothing, that noise.
I'm with you. Yeah, absolutely. Or like eating with your mouth open on camera, that really just shits me right off. I can't watch that, man. When there's like, and they're eating the bag of chips or whatever, so you got the rustle and then you've got the crunching and then they've got their mouth open and they're talking with all this food in their mouth, and I'm like, oh hell no.
You don't watch the mukbang channels?
Oh hell no. No. I don't even like watching my husband eat because I've just got a thing, like yeah. I just like, just close your mouth when you eat, bro. That's all you got to do.
That's where when I do cooking though, that's where it sucks because like I'll cook dinner and I'm hungry, which is why I decided to cook dinner, and I really want to eat dinner, but I also want to taste it and tell everyone what it's like. I want to give a review. But the number of times I've gone live and cooked something for dinner, and then by the time I end up chatting, I'm not eating it. And then by the time it's done, my dinner is cold, and I don't enjoy it cold. So that's now I'm like tonight, I just went, I'm hungry, I'm out of here, see you, and just ended it because I really wanted to shove that hot food into my face.
Yeah, fair enough.
See,
Fair enough.
People aren't liking the rustling of chips and stuff like that. Nika will switch channels if people crunch crisps. She can't listen, even if she likes a creator. Yep. Scout Inquirer doesn't like the texting or computer typing when on cam or doing an interview. Yeah, when you know that they're chatting to someone else. And that's the other one. Another thing I think is really rude is when there's a live and a subscriber sends a text message or something in Messenger and they're like, check your messages. And so the next thing, the creator's got to stop what they're doing. And, you know, if you're doing like some of these creators that are doing true crime or talking about something in the news or whatever, like you kind of have to concentrate because there's a lot going on. You're reading chat, you've got a camera in your face and all of, you know, you're trying to get all the information out. And then there's someone going, check your messages. That really pisses me off.
Yeah, especially when it's not even relative to the topic that they're talking about, or when I think it's MFW does it a lot, where she sets up the live and then she just fucks off and comes back like 15 minutes later. And, like she just sets it up and sets up the phone and then comes like she could be gone for like 20 minutes. It's like, what the hell are you doing, man? Like, get your shit together.
And there's a dude, I mean, I only watched him once and just thought, this is terrible. There's a dude who's quite controversial, apparently, and used to be very, well, I mean, I didn't even see his live because I gave up before it started, but he played music for like an hour and didn't say a word.
Yeah,
and
I think I've seen that.
Yeah, people are like, because someone said, I got a message saying this dude's about to go live and he's really controversial and he's talking about, I can't even remember who it was, but it was probably someone in, you know, the list of channels that we used to follow when we first came over, and for the first year or two we're on YouTube. So I was like, oh, this will be cool, I'll check it out. But he just like kept everybody waiting while he played music for over an hour. And it wasn't even great music. Like I had him on for a little while and I was like, I don't like these tunes. I went back, you know, half an hour later and he's still playing music.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was the guy going to take down Diane or some shit, I think it was.
Right. You don't know me. I've been thinking about those that live stream while driving. Yeah, I'm one of them. Driving requires a lot of attention. It does, but I'm really like always going to be safety first. I've even thought about putting my camera on the or my phone on the other side of the dashboard, but I only ever check chat when it's safe. But I'm in two minds about it because I get a lot of comments about people liking the drives, but I also feel that it's, you know, not great that I do it, but I don't have the camera, like the phone, where I can't even really read chat. I mean, those of you that join me in my lives know I can only read if you yell at me. But it's a long way away from my face as well. But yeah, I'm torn about that. I've thought about putting like a GoPro on my roof or a dash cam or something, but you know, and then but yeah, I'm not distracted by it. It's not in my face the whole time. It's a tricky one because I like showing off how beautiful Tasmania is, and every corner I turn around, there's another gorgeous view. But yeah, I'm torn about that one.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but you don't do it in an unsafe way. And as you know, like they're pretty hardcore about the phone in the car. So, you know you can't touch it or start scrolling, or, you know, it's not like you pull up at the lights and then start scrolling through and dropping links and shit, which I've seen heaps of people do that before, you know, and like we just don't touch, you know, that you just don't touch your phone while you're in the car. So
yeah, well, I've had people in my chat when I've been driving going, hey, I'm driving too. And I'm like, how the fuck are you commenting in my chat?
Don't they do that voice to text thing? They've got some smart ass little thing that makes them, do a voice to text.
But can you do that on chat on YouTube? And don't
I
you
don't
still?
know.
Because I thought the voice to text on my phone, you've got to press like a little microphone while you record the message.
Have to ask Casper because Casper does it. So I just assumed, like, how else are you going to do it? You can't type and drive, can you?
We see people doing it all the time, and that's why I'm sort of confuddled about the Drive Lives, because nothing irritates me more than knowing that somebody is sending a text and fucking around with their phone in their car. That really. Oh, okay. So you can voice to text with the earbuds. All right.
Yeah, I reckon that's how Casper does it, because I've seen him do it before. I got a bone to pick with Casper. Love him dearly, but here's a bit of Aussie drama for you. A few months ago, he did a live about Milo. Right? Milo.
Yep.
And we all know how serious we take our Milo.
Yep.
He put 2 spoonfuls of Milo in the friggin' milk, cuz. 2. Who puts 2 spoons of Milo in the milk? Are you serious? They weren't even big spoons, man. Like, they were just small spoons of Milo.
No way. You've got to put at least 6.
That's what I'm saying. Man, that has been grating on me for the longest time. I'm like literally just driving around thinking, Casper, what are you doing? You're trying to teach these Americans how to do Milo, and you put 2 fucking spoonfuls of Milo in there. It's
bullshit,
fucking
man.
un-Australian is what that shit is. It's fucking un-Australian.
It is. You don't know me. I'm going to put what Milo is. It's a malt extract. It's chocolate flavored malt powder that's sort of got little crunchy bits that you mix with milk or hot milk or cold. It's a very Aussie thing, but it's like Vegemite. There's a very specific way that you eat it or use it. Now, funny enough, the little porcelain cap that I had put on my tooth last week or the week before, which was amazing. My dentist did this scan thing in my mouth. Up on a computer screen came like the gums and the tooth. Then he got a little pen and he drew this little shape around the bit that he had to put the porcelain cap on. And then he hit send and it went to a little machine. And 20 minutes later, or not even 20 minutes, 12 minutes later, it created this porcelain cap that got glued to my... I know. Right, so here's Milo.
There it is. Liquid gold.
Liquid gold. But the tooth that I got the porcelain cap, one of the ways I like Milo is you put a shitload of teaspoons of Milo into your glass and then you add some hot water, a little bit, not a lot, and you make this really thick, chewy Milo paste. And then you add milk. Well, I ripped part of my tooth off from the chewy Milo. It was worth it. It was worth it. I couldn't believe it, though, because I was crunching and then I was like, fuck, that really hurt. Like, this really hard. I was like, God, there's a really hard bit of Milo. And I pulled this tiny, it wasn't much, but this little ball out of my mouth and it was white. And I'm like, oh, my God, that's part of my tooth.
That's a sacrifice I'd nearly be willing to make for the old Milo.
Oh, Ruth used to have Milo. She misses it when she lived in Africa. And Nika's saying, yeah, they have Milo in South Africa in a green tin.
I love Casper, by the way. So before anybody says that I don't love Casper, I do. But he's got to redo the Milo video and put more than 2 teaspoons in because, like, come on now. That's just not cricket. That's not cricket.
No, you can't even taste it. 2 pissy teaspoons. It's like he's done the less is more Vegemite rule with Milo.
Yeah, no, it's not on.
No, You've got to load up. You know, if you don't take a significant dent out of the tin when you make your Milo, you're not drinking it right.
Exactly.
But it's kind of like hot chocolate, but it's got a malty flavor as well. So it's unique. I've never had anything like Milo in my life other than Milo. Like, it's unique.
Yeah, there's nothing like Milo.
What was the sort of semi? It kind of was a similar taste. It wasn't trying to be Milo, but it was another malt thing. And you could actually get lollies, like they were little round malt. Do you remember that?
No, you lost me.
It was like another. Hang on. The name keeps flying into my head and then flying out. And they even made these little chewy sort of lollies.
Fucking Ovaltine.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember the little lollies.
They were called Ovaltinis, I think.
Yep. They're the ones.
Yeah. Ovaltine. Yes. Do they still make it?
I don't know. I haven't seen it around for ages.
According to Wikipedia, it's milk flavoring product made with malt extracts, sugar, and whey. Manufactured by Associated British Foods or Nestle in the United States. Yeah, you can still get it at Woolies. But those little Ovaltine lollies were delicious. My mum would let us have those when we were playing sport.
Yeah, I remember those. I remember buying them at the tuck shop at school, but I can't remember. They were probably like 5 cents each or something back in the day.
Were they like in a little packet like Lifesavers are? They were sort of all lined up. I can't remember. Yeah.
No, it wasn't like Lifesavers. It was like in a little packet, just loose.
A little bag.
Yeah, a little bag. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were yum as.
Yeah, little baggie of Ovaltines.
And they were called Ovaltinis. They were from the 90s. Oh, you can still get them at Woolies.
Are we showing our age right now?
They were called over that. I can't believe I remembered that. I've got to hang on. Yeah, this screen. Look at what we've covered tonight. It's 1 a.m. and we've covered all these amazing topics.
The important things. Milo is right up there.
See, look. Ovaltine.
There it is.
So even though it says Ovaltine in blue, underneath it in the orange, it says Ovaltinis. Yeah. And yeah, there's a little packet with some in his hand. Yeah. There we go.
That's the one. Yeah, I remember buying those at the tuck shop at school. I can't remember how much they were, though. They were honestly like probably 10 cents or something.
Well,
like you were rich. If you had 50 cents in your pocket, you were rich. So they must have been very expensive.
I remember getting 20 cents pocket money a week for all the household chores that we did. And I used to be able to get a little bottle of lemonade, an icy pole, mixed lollies, and a packet of chips for 20 cents.
Yeah, they were the days. They were the bestest days. I used to go in and buy my brother's cigarettes. And because I'd go into the shop and buy his cigarettes, I'd get 20 or 30 cents. And it was like, the bestest day ever.
Good, yeah. You were loaded. I know, Dad used to send us down. We'd be like 5 years old and we'd walk down to the corner store and buy his Benson and Hedges special filter. It's 2 little kids just tootling off to get Daddy's smokes. Oh my God.
I know.
It's a different world, wasn't it?
It really is.
Aussie Trisha's upset. She said, nice talk around someone with diabetes. Oh, man.
Oh, Milo. No Milo for Trisha?
Oh, Ruth, I saw Curly Whirlies the other day.
I remember Curly Whirlies.
Yeah, they were 10 cents. I remember that's how cheap they were. They were cheap and delicious. But they're still around. We've still got Curly Whirlies.
And they'd last for ages because they're chewy.
They were great. Shit, there's a chocolate curly whirly on eBay for $30. What the fuck?
Why?
Well, I suppose people overseas. How bizarre. But yeah, you can now. They've also got the curly whirly squirrelies, which are like little. I'll put these up. So these are. Sorry, Aussie Trisha. Now we're really going to upset her with all the friggin'
I know.
It's not our fault. The chat's taking us down this road. So now they do them now. They're these little curly whirly squirrelies, and they're like little worms. So they're caramel, and then they're coated in chocolate. So
wow.
that's the curly whirlies now. The curly whirly squirrelies. But the old ones were great, and yeah, they were only 10 cents. But I can't believe it. Why is it $30 at Woolies in Australia? They're 80 cents. Why is there one on eBay for $30?
I don't know. It must have been touched by a celebrity or brushed up against somebody.
I'll bring it up. I'm fascinated. I want to know what the frig's going on. Chocolate. We've got to find out why it's. Here we go. Look. Oh, Ruth's found Milo on Amazon. Nice work, Ruth. So here's a $30 curly whirly. Why? Oh, wait a minute. Times 48. There's 48 of them.
It's a box.
It's a box.
Yeah.
Oh, look down the bottom. There's we've got some freckles. There's another 48 pack for $43.99. There's 100 Chupa Chups.
They brought back the Yowies a couple of years ago.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they took them off the shelves there for ages.
So there's your. If you want a box of curly whirlies, Ruth, just jump on eBay, $30, or 4 payments of $7.50 with Afterpay. Oh, well, I'm glad that we've ended on that note. We've covered a lot tonight. Holy shit.
Ended on a positive note, at least.
I think at the start when Em Marie said, can we talk about what's going on in Afghanistan? I was like, oh, maybe another night. It's a bit heavy.
And then we launched into the C word.
But you've been an absolute trooper, Aussie. Thank you so much for getting up on the panel with me.
My pleasure. It's awesome. I've always enjoyed your channel, cuz honestly, it's just so nice to be able to come and have fun and hang out, and sometimes we touch on some subjects, but it's good that everyone can have an opinion and nobody's yelling, nobody's fighting.
I know it's a novel, isn't it?
It kind of is. It kind of is in this day and age. Unfortunately, it's just nice to be able to go to somewhere and hang out, you know?
And that's all I've ever wanted was just like, let's just hang out and, you know, we can hang out on the beach, we can hang out cooking, we can hang out like, and also just going live without really knowing what you're going to talk about doesn't bother me. Like there's always, somebody will always say something in chat that will start a conversation if I've got no idea what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone that came in too. We've had a lovely little group. You Don't Know Me says, I've enjoyed my morning. Thanks, ladies. Our pleasure. Scout and Crow, this has been so much fun. Thank you, Aussie, she says. So there's some love for, throw up some love for Aussie. Everyone's probably wondering why you've got a K as your...
Yeah, I couldn't fix it in my thing. So I didn't know. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. So I just pressed all the buttons and it had my real name up there. So I took that out and put in Aussie as fuck. But yeah, the K's for Kylie. I was Kylie as my channel only a couple of months ago. I changed it. Yeah.
Yeah. Aussie Trisha says Aussies are pretty easygoing. Yeah, hell yeah. We're so laid back, it's ridiculous. Ruth, thank you both. Thank you for hanging out with us, Ruth, and everyone. Nika says enjoy the rest of your weekend. You too, gorgeous. There's lots of hearts being thrown up for you too. You don't know me says thanks, Aussie as fuck.
It's an awesome name. I'm so glad I changed it. It just freaks people out. You should see some Americans, the look on their faces, like it's priceless, I tell you.
Because there's another AF, an American girl, isn't there?
Probably. I would assume so. I don't know.
I'm sure I've seen one floating around I can't remember what it first, like it's like a girl's name and then it's got AF on the end of it, and people asked her what it stood for and she said as fuck. I don't think they were very impressed. She's another American with an Australian sense of humour. But thanks to everyone that came in. I mean, we had Mel and True Helper, and we had Em Marie earlier on, and Emily popped in, and Serenity B. Oh, there's Angelina AT. Oh, Lydia as fuck is the one I was thinking of. But there's also Angelina ATF. What's ATF?
What's the T?
Yeah, I know Lydia as fuck because I'm pretty sure she ruffled some feathers in a fairly comical way from memory. I don't know, but I remember the name.
Good on her. May as well have a crack.
Because I think maybe she popped up on Diane's panel before it all went to shit. And they asked her what, and she said as fuck, and they were both, sort of like feigning horror. Like, oh, that's ridiculous. Like, they were offended.
So offended. Oh my gosh. They do realise that you don't die from being offended. Like, it's okay. You can be offended and then still live. So you're going to be okay.
I just found it really funny that they were being incredibly offensive and then got offended by the most minor stuff.
I always think of that song, when you do something stupid and you make up a song about it, like you forget the milk, so you start singing to yourself, so what? I forgot the milk. I'm a dickhead. Da, 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 like when you start making up songs about things.
Yep.
And that whenever I think of Wendy and Diane, I think of that there's a little ditty about Wendy and Diane, two American YouTubers from YouTube land. It's always been in my head for months. I don't know.
I do that too. There's actually a term for it because the American comedian Patton Oswalt has a little routine that he does that cracks me up because he there's actually a word for when you sing your life and what you're doing. Because his little joke, he actually says he bursts into songs all the time. So one of them was something, I'm trying to remember how it goes. It's sitting in my office watching internet porn when I should be teaching my daughter to read. Yeah.
Love it.
I always do it when I'm stuck in traffic. I always sing about the cars in front of me.
Yeah, I do too. I do it all the time. I'm always making up little songs and ditties about the stupid things I do on the daily.
I've stolen his little yeah at the end. So I'll be like, I would like to get to work, but I'm stuck behind you because you're going fucking slow. Yeah.
I'm going to steal the yeah. I think I can work with that.
I almost feel like we need to go out on an actual song now.
I know. Oh, well, we'll have to make up some new words for the Wendy and Diane ditty. I can't remember how else the song goes because it's little ditty about Wendy and Diane, two American YouTubers from YouTube land. Diane done fucked up and bought Wendy a car. Your line.
Wendy's in bed, but she's not wearing a bra.
Rock on.
Oh yeah, scams go on. Nothing for St. Jude's. It's the whole lot is gone. I don't know.
Oh man, I've got tears now.
There's a little fridge next to Wendy's bed. Eating food when she could be given head.
Oh my gosh. We're going to hell for that one.
The best thing about it is this is happening 3.5 hours into the live. Nobody's going to know about this except for the people in chat.
The stayers will be they'll be humming that tune all day today, going Wendy and Diane.
Ripping off people in the YouTube land. On the Diane's channel thing, I do not believe that Wendy didn't know anything. I don't.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, isn't it? But it's also like it's hard to believe that she talked on panel with her and on the phone and all of that, and never saw a face. Like that's weird. That's weird to me. So I think, well, if you're going to do that for 3 years, maybe she didn't know.
Maybe she didn't know, but you'd kind of be wondering, wouldn't you? Like, when she took the fall for everything, she's like, I shouldn't have been telling people that every cent was going to St. Jude's. It's like, well, Diane was too. Like,
yeah,
it was fall for that.
Yeah, it was a group effort. And like I didn't realize all of that stuff was going on, but when it blew up and you heard all the clip channels of them coming out and saying, 100% of the donations, I mean, they clearly said it a million times. It was pretty clear. Everybody was on the same page that 100%. 100%. So, and then for her to not send any or to send very little is, I mean, how can you come back from that? You really can't.
You've created a monster now because I'm starting to think of other channels and songs today. So when Mallory briefly was doing notes on other channels, one thing that she said that I still think is gold is calling makeup mobster makeup lobster. And so now I've got makeup lobster, makeup lobster. It was on a rock. It was a makeup lobster. Oh, Leah D's arriving right at the end of this silliness. She enjoyed ladies' night. She got all of her chores done. Well, that's why I put this prick on that. He just, oh my God, he annoys me so much. But if I need to get some housework done and quickly and in a timely fashion, I put him on and oh my God, I scrub that toilet like there's no tomorrow.
It gives you the inspiration that you need.
You want to know who it is? Oh God, he annoys me so much. I wanted to punch him in the face the first time I saw him on YouTube.
Oh my God.
And he was a panel whore, like, so many of them just jump on every friggin' panel to build their channels. And he is bloody the glarer. Oh my God, he annoys me.
Oh, true. I've heard about him. I think I've only seen probably 5 minutes of anything that he's ever done. Ever.
I just want him to have a shower. He just looks like he stinks to me.
He's greasy. Is he greasy?
He's just stinky looking. I'm not sure if it was a website or it was a Facebook page that I used to love. It was called Celebrities Who Look Like They Stink.
He just looks like he stinks.
Yeah. There's some people that just look like even when I had a housemate years ago when I was at uni, even when she got out of the shower, she still looked like she stunk. She just had a look about her. But yeah, he makes me Oh my God, I clean like there's no tomorrow. If I'm under pressure and I haven't got much time, it's like just fucking put him on.
I've heard a couple of clip channels. Yeah, I have heard a couple of clip channels. He pisses people off, so he must be he must be pretty mouthy at times.
Aussie Trisha says he's improved a little. Oh, well, that's good to hear because he couldn't have got worse.
So did he have a shower?
There's just something about him. Like he used to be in his bedroom. He's now, I think he's going live from a couch now. But I don't know. He just, there's just something about. I don't know. He's just. I guess if you were going to do, if Australia was going to do a movie and you needed a stereotypical annoying American dude, that would be him. Like he's just sort of a caricature of, everything's dude, man, and I don't know. It's just he just really gets me going.
It's so funny that you still listen to him, even though he pisses you off.
Oh, it's not that often. Like it's a once in a blue. If I look at my notifications, and I mean my notifications now. Look, honestly, you should see some of the channels that I'm now subscribed to. It's embarrassing, but I like oldies music now. But I used to go to my notifications and I'd be looking like scrolling and just going, I can't watch any of these fuckers. So I unsubscribed from heaps of them as I thought of them, but he still pops up in my list. And I'm like, awesome.
Yeah, right.
I need to clean the toilet.
Yeah, let's go.
He motivates me to be productive, so I can't unsubscribe. But I don't. It's not like every time he does something I listen to him. It's very specific for when I've got to clean my toilet.
So subconsciously, while you're scrubbing the toilet, you're subconsciously scrubbing him because he always looks like he needs a shower.
I never made that connection. It's more that he sort of reminds me of the worst qualities of all of my ex-boyfriends. So it's kind of like that's the cleansing ritual for me. It's like, oh yeah, Jim used to say that and fucking start scrubbing. Oh yeah, that sounds like Ben. Like it's kind of a cathartic release.
Yeah. A reminder of why they're the exes.
And look, to be honest, if someone watches me for the same reason, I'm happy I'm providing this service because there is something sort of. I mean, I kind of have to not respect him. I have to thank him for it because it's like I'll look at the bin and I'll go, oh shit, I have to put the bin out, and then I'll do all these other things, and then I'm like, fuck, I've got to put the bin out, and right at the same time he comes on, I'm like, perfect. And I put the bin out, I clean the deck, I fucking do 6 loads of washing. All in 20 minutes.
Awesome motivator.
He did used to scream drunk. I actually saw him. I think I don't know, did he fall asleep? Something happened. I'm pretty sure I actually got a clip. I never get clips of channels, but he was so drunk that I think I actually got a clip of him falling asleep on his live.
There's plenty of random things on YouTube. Like that makes me wonder why they all stick to the same person that they go on and on about that they dislike all the time. Because there's plenty of stuff out there. Like I was scrolling through my recommended one day, and you know how it pops up, like before you open it, you can actually see what the video is doing.
Yep.
And there's a lady there, and the title was "I've got a rash," and my husband has eczema, and I thought, oh well, she might come up with a couple of like good alternatives to this rash. Well, turns out while I'm watching this video that her rash just happens to be on her asshole. Like not on her cheek, not next to her asshole, on her actual asshole. So when she turned around and split her cheeks open and showed her actual asshole to the camera, I was quite shocked that that's what she was doing. So I don't understand really why anybody would be hard up for entertainment on YouTube. If you just keep scrolling through, you too can enjoy looking at assholes.
Well, like right now, okay, so it's 1:20. God, it's 1:23. We have to wrap this up, but
Okay.
okay, so it's 1:23 in the morning, and I've gone to. I didn't know like this feature existed because I had some random people wandering into my channel, and I'm like, how did you even find me? And now the live filter, they've actually updated it. Like in the past, you'd click on that and it'd just be all these stone gamers and 24/7 news channels, and that was about it. But now when
Yeah.
you click on live, it does actually show you. So like there's Relax My Cat, which is music I sometimes put on for Sunny when I go to work. They're always live. But like Negs, he's kind
Okay.
of a dude that's caught up in all this new sort of drama. He's live with 250 people watching him, and he's probably, you know, slamming. I don't know who DC Media Girl is.
Okay.
We've got a bit of hip hop happening with fucking 19,000 people watching.
Wow.
There's a gaming channel. Vinny G's live with 47 people watching.
He's probably going off, Vinny, because normally he only has, 10 or 15 people in there. So if he's got 47, he must be going off.
Monkey Amy, the most adorable Monkey Amy is live. BX Beast Boy with 8 people watching. But it's good now. Like you can actually just, if you're looking, I mean, mind you, there's nothing in that list that I want to watch, but I want to go to bed. But it's kind of cool now. Like there's the Animal Adventure Park. There's 700 people watching some giraffes.
I watch the animals sometimes. I reckon the music people are just sitting back and watching the money roll in.
Oh, God, yes.
That was so smart for them to come up with, they just play music 24/7 and, be monetized really quickly. And then, it really, like up to $1 million within a few months.
It's insane. If we had our time over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could come up with some brilliant Aussie and just play Australian music 24/7.
But they've got to get like licenses and stuff. Like you can't just play like the Country Library and Music Channel's live at the moment, and they've got, Keith Urban and Luke Bryan playing. Like you'd have to how do you play it without getting
struck?
Well, how do you make money playing it? Because like anytime I play music, they get any money, and I'm fine with that. I want to put as much money into Muso's pockets as I possibly can, but how do they make millions of dollars if they don't have if it's not their music?
I don't know. I really don't. I think the sleep type channels or the chill type channels where it's simply just music without any lyrics, maybe they get away with it because it's just a mashup of music. But when it comes to like, if you're going to play Pearl Jam or Ash Grunwald or something like that, surely you'd have to have, especially live, surely you'd have to have some kind of license or something.
Well, see, because you only get a copyright claim, you don't get a copyright strike. So you can, like any money that your video that you play that music in is generated, it'll go to Pearl Jam or Ash Grunwald. Like it's, you don't get struck per se.
How come the Vegemite guy didn't do that for you?
Because he's an asshole.
Yeah, fair enough.
In hindsight, I wish I'd bloody pursued that and started up some legal proceedings because I would have won it for sure.
Yeah, especially on Vegemite from one Australian to another. Like that's fucking un-Australian right there.
Totally. Aussie Trisha says Negs is awful. I don't really know Negs. I know that Laura said something about Negs's deceased child, which wasn't great. That's about as much as I know about Negs.
I don't know Negs either. I think he gives what's her name a hard time. What's her name? MFW. I think he doesn't like her. That's about all I know of Negs. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he just popped up in the. I do like the new live filter. It's so much better than what it used to be like. Damn it, BXB's boy's got one more person than me.
Competition.
He's got 10. I've got 9. Because even my channel's in the list. That's kind of weird.
That's awesome. That means you're getting a bit of recognition, which is good. Like, it'd be good to see some randoms come in and see your channel build up a little bit more. You put in a lot of time and effort to get to that 1,000 subs.
I know, and it hasn't grown since. It hasn't grown since.
Which surprises me.
My sub count has been static at 1.23k for 2 months.
Yeah, it really does surprise me because you are fairly generous with sharing your life as well, and you're really proud with Tassie. So you like to get out and about with Tassie. Like, it's a mixed bag of nuts, you know?
It is. I could change my channel name to that. Yeah, it is a mixed bag of nuts, but I mean, look, it grew very quickly when I touched on a couple of drama things, like the live that I did to respond to Hello Starlight. I got a lot of subscribers from that, and when I went on Armchair Detective, I didn't get many new subscribers, but there was something else that I did. So yeah, I mean, I knew straight away how to get more people, and that's why I haven't done anything about specific creators again, because I don't want it to grow because I'm turning my mic on to talk about another YouTuber.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean, but it's, you know, I reckon it's quality. It's quality over quantity, and the people that usually come to your channel are there for all the right reasons. Like, I'd rather have, 10 people in chat that are just decent humans that just want to hang out.
Me too.
Rather than have 600 people that just want to see us have a massive blue and call each other assholes or something.
Yeah, I know, which is not going to happen on this channel. I mean, there are some Aussie channels that kind of touch on more drama type stuff on YouTube, and they do draw a bigger crowd. But I think I'd find it really hard to. Oh my God, Aussie Trisha, that's crazy! I just got a big fat super chat.
Oh, awesome!
Thank you so
Trisha.
Much. That's really
Aussie
lovely.
Trisha for the win. Aussie.
I don't do the response to that.
Right. Any particular reason?
I think because it started when I was living overseas, and I was in a part of the world where the Australians that were traveling through there were pretty embarrassing, and I didn't want people to know I was Australian. And then one night,
just too ochre, were they?
They were just really gross, like really gross Aussie wankers. And one night I heard them do it, and I was just like, "What the fucking fuck is that?" And I've just never done I've never done it.
Okay. Fair enough, hairy muff.
Oh, Mel came back in to bump up my number to 10. I do love your dog's tinfoil hat, Aussie Trisha. But thank you for that super chat. That's so lovely.
That's awesome.
It is. It's excitement when, like, I mean, not that I expect them, but it's such a little treat. And that's probably, your super chat's probably now put me over $100 of earnings on the YouTubes. So I might actually get a little check, which would be lovely, because it'll go into the little Sunny's Vet Bill account, which I already put money into anyway, but anything I get from my channel goes into Sunny's Vet Bill account.
How adorable is Sunny? Like, honestly, on a scale of 1 to 10, she is like in a million. As far as aesthetics, she is just gorgeous.
She is. I'll change my avatar in case there's anyone in chat who's not familiar with my beautiful cat. There we
Stunning.
go.
Beautiful colours.
Yeah, she's insanely beautiful. She's snoring at the moment behind me. It's very cute. She's a happy little muggy. She's like, what are you still doing awake at 1:33 a.m.?
I know, you bloody stop out. Tell ya.
Oh, yes, we go ragey. I mean, what have I had? I've had a cup of tea and a glass of water.
Rages.
See, that's where we're going wrong too. Like we haven't got like shit-faced and mouthy. That draws a crowd.
Yeah, I can get mouthy. Like, I think the assumption that some creators make is that they look into the chat and they think because people aren't talking, you know, they don't have an opinion. But I've got lots of opinion. I just keep them to myself usually, you know.
Well, I'm very much a choose your battles sort of girl. Like, if there's something I'm going to get fired up about on YouTube, it's going to be something that's happening in the real world, or you know, some horrible murder, or you know, like the asshole who punched the horse in the face. Like, that's where I'm going to get fired up. I'm not going to get fired up about people on YouTube. Like, we can all bounce around and watch whoever we want. I've always maintained that for me, the channels I watch are the ones that either entertain me or teach me something or are just nice to listen to in the background. I don't necessarily think that some of the most entertaining channels are people that I would hang out with ever. And some of them I probably wouldn't piss on if they were on fire, but if they're entertaining, I'd much prefer that. But entertainment to me is not listening to a handful of women bitching about another woman and then that woman responding and backwards and no, boring.
Yeah.
Boring. Good to see.
It really is.
Crystal Dawn says, I enjoy your channel because it's a peaceful and fun place to be. That's lovely, Crystal Dawn. Thank you. We try.
Yeah, it is peaceful. It is peaceful. And like, you know, you brought up what's his name? The dickhead that goes on about Chris Watts all the time, where you had to get up with no bloody bra on and defend. Yeah, armchair detective. Yeah, like you will stand up for something, and that's probably the lawyer in you. That, you know, when you see an injustice, you will stand up and say something about it, which is a really good thing. You know, like a lot of people don't do it. A lot of people just slide it under that really messy carpet and you know, ignore it because they just don't want to get involved.
G'day, Greg Lawler. Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely, yeah, and that warranted intervention because they were so wrong and they were fully like doxing my friend and putting her photos out there, and that did motivate me. But I mean, I'm surprised that he allowed me to even go up on his panel, to be honest, because he doesn't usually let people go up. But yeah, if it's something, if there's massive mistruths and it's potentially putting someone in harm's way, I'll get up there, but I'm not going to fight. I mean, if I've said anything tonight that upsets any YouTubers and they feel like they need to respond and they respond in the usual screaming like a banshee way, I'm just going to be like, look, I didn't say anything, you know, that warranted that. I wouldn't even bother responding to them. It'd just be like, okay. But that's the problem with YouTube, you know, like we all watch what's going on and we see stuff, but if you call it out, you are instantly wearing a massive target on your back. And the problem is that it's not usually one YouTuber that comes after you. Like they bring a whole gang.
Yeah, they get the mob together, and usually the big injustice is that you didn't agree with what they said, or you thought that what they said was a shitty thing, and so somehow in their head that warrants a whole mob of people, you know, coming over and telling you how horrible you are.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it's pretty ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, but if that stuff happened to me, I'd just log off. I'd just be like,
Yeah.
well, I'm not getting into this. I mean, I'll defend things that are defensible, but YouTubers that just like to pounce on someone because they spoke up and said something, it's not worth defending yourself against them. I mean, we'll look at the cycle that so many YouTube creators are in now because they exercise their right of reply. And don't get me wrong, I think everyone's entitled to that. But once you've had your reply, just move on. If they keep crapping on about it, just let it go.
Yeah. Which is why it keeps going on, isn't it?
Yeah.
And 3 years
Yeah.
later, you can look back and the same people are still arguing about the same shit. When does it end?
To Scout, thank you, Scout, for being amazing, and also night to Lee. They're heading to the Bedfordshires. But yeah, it's like go for your right of reply. But if they keep going, pull the pin, because if you don't respond, they will move on. They'll find somebody else. Like, they're not going to keep going on and on and on about somebody that just disengages. And that's why I don't understand why some of these creators haven't woken up and gone, has this really been the last 2 years of my life? I shall disengage. A lot of them say they're going to, and then the next minute they're live screaming on about it again.
Yeah. And there is definitely a cycle. There is definitely a pattern, There's definitely a pattern there that I've sort of seen over the last couple of years of them just, they'll have a go at somebody and it'll all be a big blow up and, oh my gosh, like everyone freaks out about it, and then it'll die down. And when they see the numbers dying down, then they, all of a sudden they've got a problem with somebody else, or somebody else has said this, or there's
it all fires
definitely
up again.
it all fires up again and off you go. There's definitely a pattern there.
Plus, it makes them money. That's the argument to why they don't disengage and let go. But, imagine pardon me, some of these channels that can be really scathing. Imagine them just doing reaction videos to a heap of people on YouTube that are a bit wonky or weird or wacky, when it's the same person over and over, and the fact that so many people keep rocking up over and over again to listen to it as well, it's fucking sad.
Yeah, for years and years, like that Trisha chick, that went on the Dr. Phil thing, she's...
Trisha.
Yeah, that's been, 4 years or 5 years of the same bullshit, and the same people hate her. And I mean, not that I watch her or not that I know anything about her, and she could be an awesome person or she could be an arsehole. I have no idea. But at the end of the day, why are you still going on about it?
Exactly. Mermo says, I should have got another glass of water. You can tell by people's past videos who the shit stirrers are. If they have issues with everyone, it can't be everyone else.
Yeah, because they're the
guys falling. Yeah, sorry. And then she says, and the ones who say they hate drama but do streams about shit that's got nothing to do with them. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they're the common denominator all the time. They're the one.
Weighing in on somebody else's drama is going to guarantee bums on seats as well.
Yeah. But how do they even know? With all the shit that happens behind the scenes and all the, different personas that people put out, and nobody knows really what the fuck's going on. They think they do because they watch this one and then they watch that one and then they run around and watch them all, and they think they have an idea of what's happening, but I don't think anybody's got a fucking clue of what the real thing is,
But the other thing is it's not really gritty and entertaining. There's so much better quality stuff we could all be looking at our screens, whether it's our phones, computers or TVs, or, out the window, than what they're talking about. That's the thing that blows my mind, is how involved and invested so many people are in these never-ending groundhog days of our lives. It's not, the actual subject matter isn't actually that interesting.
No. It's not.
It's a weird
It's
little
not.
world, but
It is when you.
people on here.
Yeah, there are really good people on here, and they're the people on here with the good intentions. It really shows. You know, the difference between somebody, you're not going to have to look far. If you're looking for trouble on YouTube, you're going to find it pretty quick.
Actually, Mel just said she sees it, especially in Vinny's. Well, we just had a look at who's live at the moment, and Vinny had like 47, and Ozzy's like, oh, he must be going off to have that many people watching.
Yeah.
Mel just, yeah, exactly what you were saying. Like,
Yep.
Look, at the end of the day, I like that people can come here, hang out, everyone checks in on each other, and everyone sort of knows what's going on. And, you know, Mel and Aussie Trisha, I think, have been chatting about nails and, you know, like there's nice little conversations that happen. And I just feel like we're having a little dinner party and everyone's just hanging out.
Yeah. Which
but
is
when
how I think that's how it should be. You know, like I really think that that's how it should be, and I don't reckon that the drama channels are making anywhere near as much money as what they think they are. And maybe a lot of it is about saving face. You know, like they don't want to be seen to be losing this never-ending battle, so they come out swinging to try and prove a point, maybe just to themselves, that they're not losing. You know.
I still think there'd have to be sufficient enough coin for them to not be able to let go of it. I really do. Because I would actually love to have a couple of people up on my panel one night who are on some of those channels, like from different sides, however many sides there are, to just ask them, you know, how do you feel when you turn the end broadcast button? Like, are you exhausted? Do you switch it off and go, that was really cool, I'm ahead of them now? Or do you turn off end broadcast and burst into tears because you're exhausted and it's emotionally draining? Like, I just don't understand how you can just keep doing it day after day after day and it doesn't affect you. That sort of
it has to affect. Yeah, it has to affect. And then, of course, you're going to have all of the private conversation. You know, like, don't you reckon they come out, they do their live, you know, they've told everybody that they're an asshole or whatever. And then, you know, they get off that live and then they got the emails and the phone calls and the clips that are sent to them. And
yeah, the DMs and that's the other thing, like the amount of sort of clips and screenshots. Like, I wondered one day, I thought, do they all have like a roster? And it's like, you need to watch this person, and this person and get clips. And like, you know, there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes. And yeah, some of them I don't think sleep ever.
It's amazing, really. Like, and I guess if you want to make a career out of it, then that's, you know, that's what you have to do. But do it with something with substance, because that drama, you know, it just gets so old so quickly. And unless you're bringing new people in all the time, how can it possibly keep going? Like, if we're still here, because if you've still got your channel in 5 years' time, and bloody Laura and whoever are still blueing with each other, like, that's 5 years of, are the same people still there, or a whole heap of new people have come in? And you're not going to recognize one person in there that used to be in there 5 years ago.
No, I reckon it's exactly like The Bold and the Beautiful. I reckon they'll all still be doing it, and it'll you know, like, you can miss 6 years of The Bold and the Beautiful and watch an episode and still know what the fuck's going on. And I reckon YouTube's exactly the same. But there are obviously new players come along and get involved and join in. And, you know, we've seen that happen with so many different channels and people jumping up on every panel they can to kind of build their channel quickly as well. And there'll always be some newbies in the mix. But the newbies are annoying when they're very mouthy about stuff and they're getting it all wrong. And there are people up on panel with them who know that's not what happened and they don't correct it. And neither do any of the people in the chat. That's annoying.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, you know, if new people want to rock up and start having an opinion on stuff, at least do a little bit of research. Like, maybe just, you know, be a bit humble and just do some observing. But it blows my mind when you hear people up on a panel and somebody says something and you know for a fact that the other people on the panel know that's not correct and they don't correct it.
Yeah.
They're more than happy to let those new versions of stories, you hear it all the time. I mean, that was why I got tired of so many of those channels was I just wanted, I mean, I kept watching them, just hoping, not watching, but I'd have them on, just hoping that somebody would say, no, that's actually not right. And it doesn't happen.
It's different, isn't it? You know, like when you see it for yourself, it's a whole different ball game. Like, I guess if you're just taking everything that everybody says for gospel, then, you know, you just think that that's the way that it is without doing your due diligence. But if you've seen it for yourself in real time, you know, it's a whole different ball game.
I used to try to correct people and realize it wasn't the good way to go. But I still think that if more people grow some balls and start speaking up, that's why I really liked Brown Eyed Girls thing the other night, because it's like, you know, you look at the comments and there's so many people saying you said what we've all been thinking, and it's like, well, more of us need to. I mean, I don't care enough about that crowd to speak up now, but I used to try back in the day, especially with the whole Jay thing and when that all went down. But I can't be bothered with it now. But you sort of think, well, there are all these people under that video saying we feel the same way, and it's like, well, you need to start speaking up. You know, it's okay to correct somebody when they're wrong, especially when their incorrect version is way worse than what actually happened. But you know, I don't understand why people don't question things more. You know, and it ties in with our comments earlier about the vaccinations as well. Like, why don't people do their due diligence? Why don't they do their research? Why don't they, as much as Critical K bugs me, but you know, to use her whole thing, like, why aren't there more critical thinkers out there that don't just take everything at face value? It's weird.
It is
we're
weird.
supposed to be the most intelligent animals on the planet, and we're a bunch of fucking idiots.
Yeah. Yep. Scrolling through YouTube for 10 minutes will let you know that that's actually not correct. We're not that intelligent after all.
There's a good luck message for Crystal. Crystal had to go. Sorry, I might have missed you leaving, Crystal. She's got to go and get a COVID test. So good luck with that. Yeah, Mel's right. You know, we learnt there is no point. People believe what they want. But why do you want to believe some of the stuff those channels say about people that's just so fucking horrible and wrong? I mean, don't get me wrong. When people do shitty things and they get called out, bring it on. I'm all for that. I just can't stand the lies and nobody corrects them. And then you've got a whole heap of people going, oh my God, that's fucked. You know, just these bloody massive balls just gain momentum because nobody's going, well, hang on, I actually heard that and that's not what happened. But I don't know why they don't say something. Like, yeah, blows me away. Blows me away.
Yeah.
If there are people in, you know, our lives that we encounter that we don't become great friends with, and they're not necessarily even people we would like or, you know, we would choose to be friends with. But if they do something that's really wonderful, I can acknowledge that. If they do something nice, I can go, okay, well, there you go. They do have a redeeming quality. But it's kind of like, yeah, it goes back to what I always say about YouTube. Everything is absolutes. Like, it's, if you don't like someone, you have to dislike everything about them.
Yeah,
whereas
and the sides is kind of an example of that. You know, like if you like this person, then you're not allowed to like the other person.
Yeah, and God forbid you say, I actually didn't mind it when they said that. You'd be kicked out of your side if you showed a bit of humanity or actually saw the good in someone on the other side. That'd be the biggest crime you could ever commit.
And who decides? Who decides what the sides are? Like, who's the boss of all of those sides? You know, I never really got this community thing. You know, like if you say, oh, I'm in the true crime community, well, there's lots of people in the true crime community that the other creators say that they're not in that community and that they're just shit. So who decides who's in what community? And what if you're a channel that talks about a whole heap of different things, and sometimes you talk about true crime, and sometimes you talk about makeup, and sometimes you talk about drama, and sometimes you how do you know what community you're in then? Like, and who's the boss of where you sit in that community? Like, to me, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, who is the boss? It's a good question. Aussie Trisha said she had to go on antidepressants for the first time in over 25 years due to caring too much on here. That's why I backed away. Well, I'm glad you backed away, because that's just, I mean, fuck. And you're, Aussie Trisha, I don't even know if you do something on your own channel, but that's what I keep thinking about these creators is, how's it affecting their mental health? And also, they're not going to lie on their deathbed and look back at their life and go, God, I'm glad I spent 5 years on YouTube going live every day for 6 hours ripping the shreds out of that person I never met. You're not going to look back on that part of your life and think that was the highlight of it.
And that's the best self-love you can give yourself. If you know that it's impacting into your life, to be able to back away from it. It is an app. You can just delete the app, just delete it. Like, if it gets to the point where it really is affecting your own mental health for your day-to-day, like, I know it's easy for me to say just delete it because I'm not invested in it. You know, like, if YouTube blew up tomorrow, it's not going to impact my life in any way. I'd miss you. But
yeah, I'd be scrambling to try and find everybody that I love on here. That would be the only thing that I'd be like, oh my God, how do I get in touch with these beautiful people? That would be my, But if it imploded, I'd be like, oh, well, that happened. Next.
That happened, yeah. Like, you'd find your entertainment elsewhere. But I do understand that people get really invested, you know? And I think that the more time they spend watching people or interacting with people, they really do get a sense that they know who that person is and that they have a connection with that person. And maybe, you know, you're not seeing the totality of that person. You know, they don't know anything about your life either, which is kind of weird. You know, like when you're really invested into a creator that you really like and you spend a lot of time listening to what they say, the weird thing is that they don't know anything about you at all. Even though you've spoken to them in chat, they know that anything you say could be total shit. You know, like, it could be just all a made up person.
Yeah.
So that's kind of weird too. Like, when you look at it from a creator's point of view, is that, you know, they share a fair bit of their life, but they don't know anything about the people that are in that chat.
No, it's but it still blows my mind. Like, I do understand and appreciate that for a lot of people, YouTube is their life and their social contact with the outside world and everything else. But they are actually on a platform that has never-ending opportunities to watch other channels, and learn things and learn how to make stuff or cook stuff or, you know, play an instrument or whatever it might be. Like, that's the irony of it is, and it goes back to my constant little analogy about, you know, we all kind of met in this dive bar, but a lot of us went, oh shit, there's a city out there and it looks like there might be a nice gin bar on top of that building. I'm going to go exploring. But so many of them are just choosing to stay in the dive bar. Like, they're on a platform that is offering so much. And okay, if you sort of become connected to certain creators and want to watch them, that's great. But go and watch some do-it-yourself videos or some cat videos or music or something. Like, you've got all these other things going on YouTube at your fingertips. If you're spending all your time on YouTube, explore it a bit more.
Yeah, and maybe get some perspective on that person as well. Like, you think that you might know them because you hear them for a couple of hours every day. And so in your head, you start to make up who that person is. But maybe, you know, maybe that really is just in your head. and not who they are, you know, if they were sitting in.
Oh. She's back, I think.
Who's back?
You prematurely evacuated. You've returned without an avatar.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
You
That
booted.
must be my cue. I booted myself out, did I?
Yeah. You just disappeared really briefly and then reappeared minus your avatar.
So now I'm just like a blank screen.
No, you're a little white circle. You're a white circle with a smaller grey circle with a little white. It's a very stylized person, just a little head and body, like shoulders.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. But I think at the 4:20 mark and at 2 a.m. in the morning, this could be time for us to pull the pin. Look at us go though. Like we haven't drunk a keg of beer.
I know. No rum in sight. We've done well.
No, which is disappointing really on a Saturday night, but next time we'll have a cheeky rum. What do you reckon?
Sounds like a plan. I can do
Thank
that.
you. You've been such a champion hanging out up on the panel with me this whole time. I appreciate it. Thank you too to everyone in chat. Some of you have been here for the long haul, so that's pretty impressive. But for everyone that came in and hung out and had stuff to say, great to have you here. And anyone that watches this on replay, I doubt that you'll get to the 4 hour and 20-minute mark. But if you did,
God bless you.
Fuck, God bless you. God bless your cotton socks.
All right, mate. Awesome to talk to you. You take it easy.
You too, mate. And have a beautiful Sunday, everyone in Australia. It's already 2 hours into it. In other parts of the world, enjoy your weekend. Take care out there, everyone. And until next time, stay groovy. See you all again very soon. Lots of love. I haven't ended it.